Hey guys, what's going on? My heart is heavy. I'm not on camera today because I had some laser treatment on my face, CO2 laser resurfacing. So my face was a little scabbed. And but this is just an emergency video. I wanted to come at you guys and talk to you guys about what's happening with that guy that was killed, Utah John. That's what he called himself. Really sad situation. I just wanted to talk to you guys and tell you guys about what is actually happening right now with the update. I made a video yesterday about the man that was murdered in Sosua in the tourist sector in Cabarete. And I wanted to clarify a few of the points. I said in that video yesterday that some were not clear. That was the information I was getting yesterday. Some of the information was clarified today. I still don't know if it is factual, but I'm going to get into that. Just want to say good afternoon to everyone. So there was a gentleman, his name is John, and he's affectionately called Utah John. That's what they call him affectionately here. And he was an expat living here in the Dominican Republic in Bate. And he had a girlfriend. He thought that it was just his girlfriend, but she killed him yesterday and stabbed him, left him for dead. The photos are all over Facebook. And she took off and she's on the run with her Dominican boyfriend. I hear this story a lot. A lot of the Dominican women that are or used to be working girls, they generally have their true man, many of them. And the reason why I wanted to do this live to air with you guys right now is because many of you guys do catch flights. You get down here, you catch feelings, and then you start to, catch that fever. Flights, feelings, fever. Once you get that fever, you guys get sick in love. And you really do believe that these young girls are loving you. Now, some of them do. Some of them do. Some of the young girls, they are appreciative of the financial gain that they receive when they're with you. And some of them, they are like, wow, this is like a lottery, a blessing. And they want to give back to you. So they give back to you with their heart, their love, their commitment, and their service. They want to work with you. They want to clean the house. They want to cook. But you have to know that there's multitudes that are not like that. Now, I'm not talking about the good Dominican women. There are some really good Dominican women, traditional, cultural, they work. But most of them are taken. Most of them already have the good Dominican men. They don't drink, they don't go to bars, they don't do drugs. I have a lot of tattoos, so I'm not putting down tattoos, but those good Dominican women, they generally may have one tattoo that's hidden or maybe a tiny one on their wrist. They really are focused on living a better life. So those women are really hard to find here. They're like gems. So when you get on Pedro Clisante, the street in the middle of Sosua, the tourist sector, and all these women are coming up to you and they're like, oh my gosh, Bobby, oh, and they're like telling you how beautiful you look, how your eyes are nice, how your smile is nice, how you have nice hands and you smell good. And, they're like, wow, giving you a massage. And you may be like, yo, she could be faking all the way, but I like the attention. And then you get her home, and then you again start to get that fever. And then before you know it, you're sending her money. You're paying her rent. You're contacting me to get her an apartment. And I don't mind. Hey, if you want to get someone an apartment, get someone an apartment. But I just want you to realize and recognize that you have to be very careful, because chances are when you're not here, she's going to have someone in that apartment, and it's going to be her real boyfriend. And she will be calling him her brother in front of you, or her brother-in-law, or her cousin, and he will sleep on the couch as you are sleeping in the bed when you are visiting. And you will say to yourself, oh, that's not her man. It's her brother, because he sleeps on the couch when I'm there. He lets me kiss her. Like, he sees me kiss her. He sees me rub her. He sees me hold her hand. That's part of the play. That's part of it. It really is. I used to date a Dominican here, and that Dominican taught me quite a lot, even though he was trifling. I'll get into that in a minute. But he told me, he said he had a brother that used to sleep on the couch when the brother's girlfriend's gringo would come into town. So the gringo had his own apartment here, and he would let this girl sleep at his place. And, she had a Dominican boyfriend, and that was my ex's brother. And I heard this story when I first got here. I was like, what? Why would any man want to do that? And my ex said, for money. For money. Who cares? The woman doesn't love the gringo. The woman is just sleeping with the gringo. The gringo's here just for a week. And when the gringo leaves, he gives more money. They live off the gringo. Some jobs have occupational hazards. That same ex, he was using me. He was telling me what Dominicans do, and not all Dominicans, not all of them. I want to stop right now and be really real. There are some very good Dominicans out there. But there are the ones that are desperate, and they want to just take. They take the opportunity, and they take advantage. This ex of mine, I'm not going to say his name, because I don't want problems. I like peace in my life. But I'm just going to say the story because it's an appropriate time to say it. Well, I was dating him for about 6 months. And, I started to realize that, yeah, we spend a lot of time together, but I was always reaching in my pocket and paying for everything. And, he used to work at a restaurant. And I used to go visit him at the restaurant when he was working. I would take my laptop and I would sit down and do my writing as he was working in the restaurant. And then he said to me on his lunch break, he said, we need to speak seriously. And I said, what? He's like, he said, all his coworkers are laughing at him. And I said, why? And he said, because I spend more money at the restaurant than he makes in one day. Because I'd be at the restaurant, meeting other expats, chilling out, buy myself a couple of drinks, buy myself a bite to eat. After a couple of drinks, it pays for his whole entire salary for the day. His pay for the day. He was getting 400 pesos a day, which is $8. So he was getting $1 an hour. And I was spending more than that in an hour. And so I said, okay, well, what do we do? And he said, well, it's up to you, but I just want to tell you that, for 400 pesos, you can just pay for me every day. And you don't have to come here to the restaurant. We can go to other places. We can go explore the island. And I thought that was a pretty good idea. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. But what are you going to do for work? And he said, well, we can open our own restaurant. And I thought that was a fabulous idea because I always wanted to open my own restaurant. I love cooking. Who doesn't want to meet their viewers, right? I thought it would be a great place for you guys to come and meet me. Come and see me and I can meet you. So I opened up a restaurant on Pedro Clisante with this guy. But one thing led to the other. And I realized that after one of the baby mamas came and tried to get money and brought the police to the establishment, and then the guy was like always in a bad mood, and it was not what I came here for, to be stuck in a kitchen and be stuck with problems. I let the restaurant go. I told him he could have it. I said, you could have the restaurant, put it in your name and you're good, like everything's paid for. And he said no, he didn't want to. So we closed down the restaurant. And at that moment, I was here only for 3 months. And I realized, 4 months. And I realized that I was stuck. I was going to be taking care of this man like I never had to take care of anyone before. My kids were grown and I was already a grandmother. So I thought to myself, I'm stuck. What do I do? And quickly I started to lose interest. I realized that I was not a love interest of his. I was convenient for him. I became a sugar mama. And it was shocking, saddening, disgusting, and disturbing. And none of those words was I able to make it right in my brain, rectify anything, because I was being used, taken advantage of. But I had to take responsibility for my own actions. I had to take responsibility for what was happening in my life. So I did. After 6 months of being together, and I was taking care of him, taking care of his brother, feeding the both of them, I said, I can't do this any longer. But I didn't know when it was going to stop. So I prayed on it. And I prayed on it. And I prayed. And then one day, somebody online, a viewer said, Cerise, so-and-so is creeping. And I was like, creeping? Now, we all knew what creeping meant 7 years ago. And I was like, creeping? How is he creeping? I'm with him 24/7. And so I looked at him and I said, are you cheating? And he's like, no. I said, are you sure? He's like, I'm with you all the time. And I said, no. That's not what I mean. Are you talking to other people online? And he's like, no. Now he had this phone in his hand that I got him. And I said to him, let me see your phone. And that's where I knew I was even more disturbed, because I'm not that woman that says, let me see your phone. I'm that woman when I say, let me see your phone, I'm already done. I would never say those words in my life. So when I said to him, let me see your phone, he said, okay, don't get mad. And I was like, get out, man. Get out. Get up and get your brother and get your ass out right now. And he was like, what? And at the time, I even had a real bad sinus infection, real bad cold. I was coughing. And I just screamed the top of my lungs. I said, get out. His brother was still sleeping in the other room because his brother didn't have to get up and go to work, They were eating free, sleeping free. His brother had his own bedroom. I got a 2-bedroom just so I could make sure his brother was there. I'm not embarrassed to admit this story right now. It all goes in together with understanding how that man was murdered. You get yourself caught up. So then what did I do? The man left. He left right away because I told him I was going to call the police. And he left right away. He collected his little belongings that he had and he took off. It took about a year and a half to get rid of him. This man wouldn't leave me alone. One night, he was drunk and on high on something. He came and he knocked on the door. I was at home alone with my dog. And I looked through the door, like I opened it a little bit and I'm like, yes. And he's like, open the door more. I want to talk to you, please. And I said, no, I don't want to talk to you right now. It's 2:00 in the morning. Just leave me alone. And I went to close the door and he busted in the door. When he busted in the door, he pushed me down. He laid his hands on me. I was in a different country. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't readily call 911. He dragged me into my bedroom, pulled me by my hair, threw me on the bed, grabbed my cell phone, went into my cell phone, started to look. He's like, you're with someone else. I know you're with someone else. Now, at this point, we were broken up for a few months. And also at this point, a gringo who comes here often, really good man, said to me, Cerise, you need to be with some gringos for a while. You need to speak to some expats. Hang around some expats. You need to hang around some expats. Just, you're so entrenched in the Dominican culture right now. You're not seeing, the what did they say? The grass from the trees. He's like, you're not seeing it. You gotta get out of your own energy and get with the expats. So he got me in touch with someone else who was another vlogger at the time, an American man. He doesn't vlog any longer. And he got me in touch with him. So I was talking to this guy back and forth. We would meet up. We go for a couple of drinks. I would go to his house, chill out, take my dog there, had a good little connection. Oh, my ex saw that on the cell phone. He's like, who's this guy? And he called the guy via video. And I never called that guy via video before, but my ex called the guy via video. The guy answered. It was like 2:00 in the morning. Well, by this time it was like 3:00 in the morning because my ex kept pulling my hair. He kept, hitting my head, banging it off the headboard. Yeah, this is what happened. And I never really spoke about this too much. I did when it first happened, but I deleted that video years ago. It was like 6 years ago. So what happened was he video called the guy. The guy answered innocently thinking, hey, everything okay, And my ex was on the video. And my ex looked at the guy. My ex, he looks at the expat and he's like, I know you. He's like, I'm going to come kill you. And he was gung-ho on going to kill that expat. Yeah. He wouldn't leave me alone. Thankfully, he didn't know where that expat lived, but he did know the expat. He did know him. The expat didn't know him, but he knew the expat. He even described to me the expat's height and stature and what type of bike the guy rides, what kind of motorcycle the guy rides. So I knew he knew who the expat was. So I just kind of stopped talking to the expat as much to make sure that I protect him. And then the expat came to my house one day just to hang out. It was about a month after I had moved to a different location and we were just hanging out. And my ex, I don't know if a neighbor told him or what, but my ex came to the big front gate. I lived in a house then with a huge fortress gate around the house. No one could get in and no one could get out without the key. And I got it for a reason to keep myself safe. And so my ex starts banging on that big front gate. I know you have a man in there with you. Now, this man and I, like, literally, there was a little bit of interest there, but it wasn't unfolding into a you know, world renowned romance, So I just wanted to keep the guy safe. So I ignored my ex. I told him, go away. And he wouldn't go away. He started to throw big boulders into the property. He was like, missing the house windows just like by a little bit. So I had to call the police. I literally called a police friend. Now, how did I call the police at that time? And I didn't call the police the first time when he was hitting me in my apartment prior? What happened was I was on the beach between those two times, and one of my viewers came up to me, and my viewer said to me, Cerise, listen, you don't know that you are in danger, but I'm telling you right now, you are. I don't trust that guy as far as I can throw him. So I'm going to introduce you to a police officer. And he did right there on the beach. He introduced me to a police officer by the name of Henry. And I'm throwing out Henry's name only because Henry is one of those police officers that was let go of on Sosua during Atlantico. And he was an honest police officer. And it's sad to see him leave. So I will say his name just in case somebody is watching this video who is from the political realm, trying to understand why I would use the thumbnail that I did use. I'm going through a moment of frustration. Nobody likes to see expats killed. Nobody likes to see someone try to protect themselves because they're being used and they don't want to give money and they get killed. Man, anyway, Henry was a good guy. So I called Henry when my ex was throwing boulders, and Henry showed up with 4 pickup trucks of police officers, and they escorted his ass out. Well, they told him to leave. They told him that he had to leave, and he did. As soon as the police left, he came right back again. The police left, right? He turned the corner and came right back again and did the exact same thing. So my friend and I just went into the house, and my friend slept over for the night because I didn't want any problems. So as soon as the crack of dawn came, my friend woke up and my friend got out of there, left immediately. And that same ex, came around several times, and I allowed him to. And some of you may judge me. Some of you may say, oh, well, that's just your own fault. And you're right. You're right. But I saw potential. And I think that's what happens with a lot of these men who get hurt. You see potential in the person. You see something in them where it's like, was it love? Because some days were really good. Was it affection? Because some days were really memorable. And then you spend a little more time with them again. And you're like, okay, you know what? Let me just spend a little more time with them. You do, and one day's great, then the next day's awesome, and then you get reconnected. You start looking forward to seeing the person again, and then all of a sudden, they steal something from you. This man stole jewelry from me that I was collecting here from pawn shops. Really valuable pieces for my son. I knew my son was going to come visit me one day. So when he came here, I wanted to have a nice watch for him, and sometimes you can go into these pawn shops here, and these girls, when they steal stuff from foreigners out of their safes, these girls steal some really good things and they sell it for a really cheap price at these pawn shops. So when you go to these pawn shops here, you will find some good jewelry. And that's what I did. I'd go to the pawn shops and find some good jewelry, and he would just steal it, take it, whatever he wanted, just take it. And I wouldn't see it. It was gone until months later. Money, perfume. And it's sad, but he did hit me again after that. And then when my son did come to visit, because him and I were disconnected for a very long time. And then when my son did come to visit, my son didn't know what was going on. I never told my son what was happening because I successfully got away from that 4 years ago. And I moved to Charamicos. When I moved into this apartment, my neighbors started to watch out for me, and they didn't like him. So I was protected by the community. And so my son didn't know that this guy was like that. But my son wanted to meet him when my son came here. My son's like, yeah, man, I want to meet him. Maybe he can cook something. I know he's a good cook, and maybe we can all hang out. And so I was like, you know what? Maybe the guy changed. Let me ask him if he wants to meet my son. Foolish, right? I know. The guy stole again. But I realized that that's just his nature. And I cussed him out real good, and I blocked him. And that was over a year ago. Yeah, that went on and on, but it was 4 years where I just pretty much was, alone. But I'm not saying that, so when he took from me the last time, it was over a year ago. Well, it was a year ago. That's the last time I seen him. So I was actually at a birthday party a few weeks ago, and he works at that bar where the birthday party was. And I said hi to him because I'm a classy person. And if you guys know his name, please don't put it in the comments. Go back to your comment and delete it if you did put his name, because when you put his name, you put me in danger. Okay? So just know that. Delete his name if you put his name. Go back to your comment and delete it. And don't put his name, even if you think you know. Thank you. So I saw him a few weeks ago, and I said hi to him. I'm a classy person. I'm not going to be angry at someone. So I said, hello, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. 3 days later, his cousin messages me and says that so-and-so said, don't ever go back to that bar again because his girlfriend in New York saw you on the video, and his girlfriend's very jealous, and he'll call immigration on you. First of all, I doubt he even has a girlfriend in New York. Who cares if he does? And why would his girlfriend ever want him? And why would his girlfriend ever be jealous? As if she did see me on video, then she wouldn't have anything to be jealous about. So, I was like, whatever. I called the owner of the bar, because the owner of the bar is actually an acquaintance of mine who I do business with. And I told the owner of the bar what's happening. I said, listen, I said, I do business with you and I'll continue to send clients your way, but I had no clue that he was working there. And I just want to let you know, I will not be returning there, but I will definitely still send people your way. And he said to me, please, that guy works in the kitchen. Who cares? He's like, you're more than welcome to come to my bar. He's like, that guy has nothing to say. But what I say all that just to tell you guys the details of what could happen, after so many years. A lot of people are vindictive, angry. And he can call immigration all he wants. I have a 1-year plan. Maybe in 1 year from now, I'm going to be in Thailand or Malaysia, one or the other. There's a better quality of life in Thailand, healthcare. There's a better quality of life in Malaysia. And for the amount of money that I spend here, I could spend there and have a pool in my apartment building, I can be in a more, it's a great cost of living, but also with a good quality of life. You want to know something? I have braces on my teeth for 2 years now, and I had to get the top ones taken off the other day because the previous dentist, didn't know what she was doing. I had a beautiful smile. My teeth were straight, but I had one little tooth at the back that just needed straightening. And she said, and all the other dentists said, don't pull it out, don't pull it out. Just straighten it with some braces and you'll be fine. Keep all your own teeth. This woman pulled the tooth out and then still gave me braces to close the space. And then still didn't know what she was doing. And then I went to see a new dentist, and the new dentist took those braces off on Friday. And I'm not talking on camera right now because I said in the beginning of the video, I had laser treatment. It's called CO2 laser resurfacing. So it just scabs the face up. But I would show you my teeth. But what I'll do is I will do a different video tomorrow once I get my top braces on. And I'll do a different video and I'll show you guys how my teeth looked before I got the braces, how they looked during the braces for the 2 years, and how they look right now with the braces off. I'm going to get a new set of braces on tomorrow. And it's going to take a year for the treatment, another year. And the first dentist told me it was only going to take 9 months, but she didn't know what she was doing. Here we are 2 years later. And I had to get them taken off completely and get another pair put back on. And everyone says, well, you have to do your research. You have to do your research. Why? I went to a dentist. She said she was qualified. She's sitting here on Pedro Cliff. She's sitting here in Sosua on Alio Martin on Dr. Rosen Street with a whole entire clinic talking about she does orthodontics and implants. She's in the tourist sector. She's not in some mountain somewhere pretending she's a doctor or a dentist. She is a dentist. Why do I have to do research for getting braces on when she's there in the tourist area? Right? So I understand now that is what the quality of life that we are missing here. We're missing quality of life. She's very uneducated, that doctor, that dentist. And I'm not going to say her name either, because there's something here called defamation of character, and they can take you to court and you can get in trouble. Go figure. You can get in trouble. Meanwhile, you were the one that was wronged. Now, I do know right now I can say those people's names because I have proof of everything. I have all the text messages. I have all the voice notes. I have everything, but I also have class, and I'm also very careful. So I want to be very diligent right now and not say anyone's names, you know, but I'm sitting on it. I'm sitting on it. I'm planting my seeds and I'm watching things grow. Yeah, some anger is growing. Yeah, some resentment is growing. Yeah, some frustration is growing too, because I root for the Dominican Republic like nobody else does. And I'm one of the biggest fans. But I'm frustrated when I hear that people are being murdered for money. The woman's on the run right now with her Dominican man. The whole time she had a Dominican man. And my heart's heavy. I've lost a lot of people here in the Dominican Republic since I've been here. Some people on motorcycles. One guy drowned. But just a lot, even off the top of my head. There's just so many. The quality of life is what I'm going to start really looking for. because the cost of living is not the cost, should not be the cost of your life. And I've been doing a lot of research in the last 2 days since my braces were removed on Friday. I felt like it was a blessing, and I thought, wow, God, thank you. Yeah, I do have another year of treatment. We're starting all over again, because even 2 steps back, because the woman made every single one of my teeth crooked. But my new dentist, she doesn't want to say too much. She also doesn't want to get too involved, but she said enough to let me know that I was in bad hands. And she said to me, Cerise, don't worry, I'm going to take care of you. She even sliced her price in half. I was willing to pay the full price for the new braces, but she just felt so bad. She's like, I don't even know what to say. She said, but I do want to tell you that the treatment's going to be about a year. Just prepare yourself. So for the next year, I'm going to be having the braces on top again. I have them on the bottom right now since Friday, but I'm going to get them on again tomorrow. And I feel like I'm going to get taken care of for the next year. And I'm going to start to do a lot of research about Thailand and Malaysia. Those are the 2 places that God has laid on my heart. Those are the 2 places that I have been really looking at. There's really good expat communities there. And who knows, maybe I won't leave. But my heart right now is heavy. I'm very saddened right now. And where I live too, there's, just a lot. Not my building. My building's fine. But next to my building, a lot of arguing and fighting. A lot of Haitian women, they're always angry. They're always fighting. They're always arguing. They don't talk to each other. They yell at each other. They yell at men. So moving is a lot. Moving is a lot. So if I'm going to move out of here, it's going to be a big move. So I am happy in my apartment. I booked a getaway with Noche, my dog, and Besos, my cat, up in the jungle in Sosua, all the way up in the mountains to go finish my book. I'm writing a book right now called Pimp to Pastor. And it's based on a true story. It's loosely based on a client of mine from Toronto about 15 years ago. I've been writing the book for that long, pretty much. And that book is what brought me here to the Dominican Republic, to come edit that book. And I never did. It was already written, and I edited it a couple of times, but never did finish it. So I thought, you know what? Time to change the chapter. And I've written other books aside from that one, but this one is my baby book. The first book I ever written that was 250 pages. And so I'm going to take that book up to the jungle. The guy calls it the jungle, the manager of the property. He calls it the jungle. But I guess it's just a secluded area all the way up in the mountains. I'm going to take Noche and Besos and going to go there for a week, and I'm going to clear my head. My sister's coming on this Tuesday. My sister Autumn, she's coming this Tuesday for a week with her husband. I haven't seen her for 7 years, so that's going to be a special treat. I'll show her around this area. I'll show her around Sosua, take her to the river, show her some real Dominican stuff, show her what her big sister has learned in these last 7 years, the culture, the traditions, how I have melted in without culture vulturing, just put myself right into the culture. She'll be very proud of me. But I'm willing to give all that up in a year from now when my dental treatment's done because of the quality of life. I couldn't imagine somebody going in for a surgery in a hospital and the electricity goes out in the middle of the surgery. Like, I just couldn't imagine. I want to go for a surgery. I have loose skin on my arms, right? You know how they call them wings, right? There's a surgery for it called brachioplasty, where they just cut off all that dead skin, like all the loose skin, I should say, it's not dead, all the loose skin, and then they make it nice and tight again. My arms look big because of that skin. I'm big breasted. So I want to get some liposuction at the back. I want to get the brachioplasty. I want to get a nice breast lift. I want to get some liposuction. I want to get a nice tummy tuck. I want to get a nice, they call it mummy makeover. A lot of the Dominican women do it here. And I've always, wanted that even before I came here. I didn't know it was so big here. But even before I came here, I did have a breast reduction back in the day. And I did have a tummy tuck back in the day in Canada many, many years ago. So I'm all for cosmetic surgery, but I am terrified to get it here. I'm literally terrified right now. I went for Botox from the doctor who I thought was going to do another surgery. So there's as we get older, we start to get loose skin over our eyes. And so that loose skin can stop you from reading very well, stop you from seeing very well, literally can. But you can get that loose skin removed, and it's called blepharoplasty, or for short, bleph, right? BLEPH, bleph. But the real name is blepharoplasty. And it's just a real simple procedure. You just go, you close your eyes. They don't even need to put you fully to sleep. And they cut that off. They sew it up. You guys can look at it on YouTube. Very simple. And boom, you're good to go. 10 days, no one even knows that you had it. So I went to that doctor about 2 weeks ago. This Tuesday will be 3 weeks. I went to him just to, get him to put some Botox in, just to kind of lift my eyebrows up a little bit so I can hold off on the blepharoplasty, because I wanted to get the blepharoplasty and the brachioplasty. I wanted to get the arm lift and the eyelid lift at the same time with this doctor, right? And I wanted to get it done after I lose some weight, just before my birthday, which is December. I already lost 40 pounds. I have about 35 more pounds to go. So I feel like I can lose that by December. And I wanted to go and get those 2 surgeries just before Christmas, because my birthday's December 20th. So I thought, you know what? I'll go in like December 1st, and throughout the month of December, January, it's usually quiet here for Christmas. I'll just relax at home and heal, come into the new year feeling different and great, fresh. But I went to him for Botox and my eyebrows fell down further. And now the skin over my eyes is even thicker. And I can't even squint to read. Before, at least I could squint and read. Now I have to put glasses on every single time. Every single time. Before I could squint a little bit. Now, no. So I'm more than frustrated right now. The braces, that's malpractice what she did. That's malpractice. I was vulnerable. I was innocent. I went to this woman and paid my money up front, excited that she was going to do something great for my teeth. 2 years later, it's the opposite. And when I said that, I cussed her ass out the other day over text. I said, "You are so lucky that I don't blast your name all over Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and Instagram. You are so fortunate that God on my heart, and God told me just chill out because I have a better dentist now, and I just need to calm down." But I did look up on ChatGPT what my rights are, and I got a whole list of my rights. And apparently she should have to pay for my new dental care. Apparently she's supposed to be responsible to pay for my dental care. So I say all of that because I want you guys to be careful. You come in here for a good cost of living. It's close to the United States. It's close to Canada. But be careful when it comes to your quality of life. Do your research. Make the trip to Korea if you're looking for any surgeries. Make the trip to Thailand, you know. Make the trip back home to the United States, Canada, especially if you're looking for real deal health concerns, you know, like real surgeries, you know. Don't let anyone here open you up. I've seen people get infections here, bone infections, and have to go back to the United States, have to go back to Canada. I've seen Dominicans get their legs cut off because they got such bad infections. Why? Why? Because they're not highly educated enough. Only the practitioners, the medical practitioners that leave the country and practice in Brazil and Cuba are really well trained. And if you're in America, you know, if your physician has not left this island and studied anywhere else, then be very careful. Make sure you ask, have you studied abroad? My new dentist, she's a real orthodontist, and she studied in Brazil for 3 years. I feel good with that. I never had to ask that before, you know? But of course, there's medical malpractice all over the world. It's just concentrated here. And it's such a small island compared to the United States and Canada. And it just, you know, you got to be careful. So this man, he got killed. Yesterday, when I left the message on my video, I said to everyone, "Oh, the woman's caught," because I was told that the woman was in custody. She wasn't. She's on the run. She's on the run. And she has a man. You know? I think it's just very, very sad. I think it's very, very sad. You know, someone just said right here, go to Colombia for dental care. Yeah, someone told me to go to Colombia, but I couldn't go and fly back and forth all like that because I had braces, right? You have to get them tightened and adjusted every month. But yeah, Korea, Thailand, excellent choices. Yeah. I'm gonna go visit Thailand before I move there. I'm thinking, you know, if this new dental care right now that I'm gonna have for a year, she said a year or so. She said maybe a little bit more because first she has to fix what that other dentist shifted. I went for X-rays, so tomorrow I'll find out if the roots were affected. If my roots were affected, then I'm definitely going to take that woman to um, to the courts because she needs to be stopped, and I will definitely take the legal route. Uh, you know, because I have all the text messages throughout the last 2 years of me begging her, telling her something's not right, something's wrong, please. And she would just take me back in, change the elastics, never change the wires. You know, I come to find out that one of all the brackets that were on my teeth, like the braces themselves, two of the brackets were misplaced. One bracket was too small for the top. It should have been on the bottom teeth. Another bracket was on the eye tooth and it's not for the eye tooth. And so luckily I took enough videos and enough photos and stuff like that. But, you know, I just want you guys to be safe out there. And when it comes to women, make sure that you are you're careful. You're really careful. And I see someone here says, does that say Joshua? Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. And yeah, because of the Botox the other day, my eyebrows are down a little bit. But I think women are like me mostly all around the world. Very few women that you guys come here to get are actually natural, you know? Those snatches and those BBLs and the wigs and the false hair, I mean, the false nails, most of you guys come here for, those girls have been all surgeryed up from their previous man that paid for it, you know? Um, so it's not that I don't accept myself. I think it's more that I let myself go and I still have a few more years left on this planet. So I don't want to live in insecurity. I'll lose my weight and I'll do the maintenance, you know, go get a few things done. Uh, you know, what do they call it? Snip and tuck or something. That's all. It's one of the oldest things in the world to do. But I love myself and I appreciate who I am and where I got myself at this point in my life and what I represent. And, you know, I think I'm a pretty cool person, easygoing, down to earth, have a lot of good qualities. Um, you know, just as a soul coach and a writer, I think I'm pretty good at that. It's just this is a really heavy on my chest right now. Man dead. I saw the photos of him and you know his eyes are open. He's laying down on the ground. His eyes are open. He died with his eyes open. So he took his last breath with his eyes open, probably looking at his own blood dripping along the ground, wondering if someone was going to go get him, you know? He didn't look like he was in peace. I saw those photos and I thought to myself, wow. And all he was doing was taking care of her and then decided not to. And then she stabs him up and kills him. And that's how he took his last breath, with all of us just looking at his photo on Facebook, sharing his photo around WhatsApp. And here I am crying over a stranger. I mean, I've seen him a few times, but not enough to be able to, you know, say that I know him well enough. But my heart's still heavy. My heart's still heavy. I'm still sad for him because I know that he was looking out for her at times and he came to the realization that he was just her sugar daddy and he didn't want to be any longer. He didn't want to be. Did he deserve to die for that? I mean, how does that even make sense? You know? And big hurt, might want to see a therapist. I am one. This is my therapy, big hurt. This is my therapy. Talking to you guys, getting it all out. Therapy for one person is not the same for another. You know, for me, my catharsis is writing and telling story time as well. And this is my story time. This is my story time. You know, I experienced a lot in life and we learn to get over it. We learn to heal. We learn to understand that each experience is a lesson to make us stronger. And that's that. I don't need therapy to get over my experiences here in the Dominican Republic. I'm disappointed. I'm angry. I'm not mentally disturbed because of what happened. I'm pissed off. There's a huge difference. What is a therapist supposed to do for me? What? What? Put braces on my teeth? No. My therapy is going to a new dentist tomorrow, and she's putting braces on my teeth. And my therapy will be watching my teeth get straightened for the next year. And my other therapy will be doing some research by watching other YouTube channels in Thailand and Malaysia. That's my therapy. Looking to see what I have available in other countries to go to. And already, I've been sending my son so many videos. My son's like, go for it, mom. He's like, what are you going to do? Go visit it first or just wing it? And I'm like, I thought maybe I was going to wing it. But I think what I'll do is I'll go visit it first in Feb. I'll go visit Thailand and see the vibe that I get. And then I'll go visit Malaysia as well, see the vibe that I get. You know, but I've been watching a lot of videos in the last couple of days, and it's beautiful there. And I don't mind going there. I don't need to go back and forth to Canada. I haven't been to Canada in 7 years. For 7 years, I haven't been on a plane. When I go somewhere, I'm staying for good. I thought I was going to live here for the rest of my life. But now I'm realizing that, you know, the quality of life is not at the level that I would like it to be. And I deserve better. I deserve better. I'm a big fan of this place. I brought a lot of people here. I've done a lot. And I just wish I could have seen a lot of different things happen. You know, Pedro Clisante cleaning the girls up, I get it. But what was the plan afterwards? Really, what was the plan afterwards? What's happening now? Like, who did that? Why wasn't anyone notified first? Why didn't they tell the girls, hey, you know, you got to get off the streets. We're going to do a big sweep, a big cleanup, you know? Like, sex tourism is all over the world. Like, well, not all over the world, but Thailand too. Amsterdam, they just work with it. Why? On one little block, I'm going to be doing a special on Punta Cana versus Puerto Plata, and it's a huge difference right now. Puerto Plata has no numbers coming in. There's a lot of tourists that have not come in the last month alone. Pedro Clisante is starving. What was all that about? What was it all about? The electricity was going out. The sewers coming out of the streets. What's going on? There was no plan. What were they fixing? You want to get rid of the girls that murder men? You give them education. You don't just throw them to the wolves and now they don't even know where they're going or what they're doing, because now they're going to get even more desperate. You know? Quality of life, man. Make good decisions. Don't do that stuff. I get it. I'm all for the cleanup. I really am. I don't want to see men getting killed. I don't want to see men getting robbed. I don't want to get an apartment for someone that rents out an apartment and they, you know, they let the girl in there and the girl robs their safe. No. A lot of guys, they don't make good decisions here. It's like they're in Candyland. They lose their heads when they come here. I get it. Regulate it. Regulate it. Get the girls tested, man. Get the girls tested. Get the girls regulated. Give them sex education. Show them how to treat people better. You know? There needed to be a plan. There was no plan. There was no plan. Go in with the military. They spent more money on the military than they did on the infrastructure. It's saddening, man. It's saddening. And it's just, yeah. So Big Hurt, it's not about therapy. It's about decisions. It's about change. It's about transformation. It's about recognizing where you are in life and saying, wait, maybe there's time for advancement. Maybe there's time for, you know, taking a step over the puddle instead of splashing through it when you don't need to get wet. And that's where my mindset is right now. Can only love a place for so long, you know? Rising Star infrastructure will be Sosua's biggest challenge along with energy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Superman brother, Cerise, all I can say is that they're losing millions upon millions of dollars for their stupidity in Sosua. Yeah, they are. They are. They are. I don't understand what it was about. I thought there was a plan, so I supported it. I support all of the Dominican Republic and what they do. I really do. Even with the president now telling the people who control the energy bidding, so people, 80% of the fuel comes from outside of the Dominican Republic, 80%. So right now, because electricity is so unreliable and the country relies on tourism and tourists like electricity, and more investors are investing millions and millions of dollars, not just in Sosua, but all the whole entire island. They want reliable electricity. So what did the president do? He called the state of emergency with the electrical sector, and he said to them, you don't need to bid, just write checks and bring electricity in. That's what he said to people that have nothing. How are you going to do that? I bought a cell phone for someone the other day. Okay. I bought a cell phone. Well, I bought a cell phone for myself online. Let me be clear. I bought a cell phone for myself online. It was like $300. It was supposed to be, it was my bad. They said it was a knockoff, like a knockoff, a Chinese knockoff of one of those really good Samsung phones. When I got it, it wasn't. Okay. So it was a ripoff, but it was still a really nice phone. It just wasn't good enough for my needs. So I gave it to my son's friend. I call him my son's friend because he was really nice to my son when he was here and he's around my son's age. So I gave him that cell phone as a gift. Very next day, it was gone. You don't give someone who has nothing a lot. Maybe I should have given him just $100 cell phone. Maybe like a secondhand cell phone, maybe something that was $60. But I gave him the box. I gave him the brochure. I wanted him to have something of worth. The man hardly has anything. His wife pays for everything and she really can only afford herself like $400 a month for rent. And she's a gringa. So I don't know. He said that he still has the phone. Maybe he gave it to his woman, but I've never seen him with it again. So, and I asked him about it. I'm like, where's the cell phone? And he's like, oh, it's at home. Well, what do you have it for then? You asked me for a cell phone for so many times. You kept asking me for a cell phone. I give you one that I bought for myself, and it just wasn't, sufficient enough. And it was a really nice one still, but here it's gone now. So the president's doing the same thing with the people, EDES. They do the bidding for the electricity and they're not doing good enough with that money. So he's giving them a full checkbook and he's like, here you go. Take this checkbook and just bring the electricity in. Let's see what happens. Maybe they realize that they are on watch from all around the world and very wealthy investors. Maybe it is a good fix. Maybe they will say, okay, you know, um, let's not rip off the government. Maybe they will. So the president has to have faith. President has to have faith. But look, the president had faith in the people that's running Sosua. And look what happened to Sosua. How could anyone think that Sosua has something that is so attractive that you take the girls away and people are still going to want to come? Sosua has nothing. 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 Sosua doesn't even have a river. They have a nice little beach, but so does Cabarete. Cabarete has a nice beach. Gaspar Hernandez has a nice beach. Rio San Juan has a nice beach. The only reason why Sosua is so popular the way it is right now is because of the girls. That's it. And at first I was like, okay, clean the girls up. Let's see what happens. They have a plan. You know, I was going live to air, showing you guys, don't worry, everything's going to be all right. And now the other day I was dining at one of the restaurants, and I don't want to say which one, but it was one of the ones that you'd be surprised at. And I usually don't eat at that restaurant. I don't eat there, right? I'll buy something to go because I had my braces on. It wasn't the other day. It was like about a week and a half ago. I had my braces on. So when I'm out and about, I generally don't like to eat when I'm out and about, but I will sometimes if I'm out to dinner with someone. But if I'm by myself, I order food to go and I bring it home and I share it with my dog and my cat because I don't like to get things stuck in my braces. Right. I meet a lot of people and I don't want to feel self-conscious about having food in my mouth like that. It's just, unsettling. But when I was there, I asked the waitress, I said, so what's going on? Everything all right? How's business? And she looked like she was about to cry. And I was like, whoa. And this was a restaurant that is usually top notch on Pedro Clasante. I'm not going to say the name. You guys know I keep things confidential. But she looked at me and she looked like she was about to cry. And I know her from other restaurants. She has worked at other restaurants before that I have gone to. And I said, are you all right? And she's like, no, Cerise, this is really sad. And I said, here, give me a menu. And I ordered food for there and ate there. And I ordered food to go. And the food that I ordered to go, I gave away on the street, you know? And then I went down a little bit more to another restaurant because I gave her 500 pesos for a tip. I gave her co-worker 500 pesos for a tip. 500 pesos is $10 and the other one $10. So $20 for a tip I gave that night, plus ordered food at that restaurant. Then I walked down the street and I went to another restaurant that was empty. And I went in there and bought food because I don't want to see them go out of business. And I know that that's crazy, a crazy way of thinking, but I was like, man, if I can just help them stay open for one more day. And I just felt like it was laid on my heart. The plans were not in place. And I don't want to be in a country where the plans are not in place like that, where the braces are not on my teeth properly, where someone can't even put Botox in your forehead properly, where people are getting killed in their own place, and people are getting killed because they don't want to give money. And then you got people going in hospitals and they're getting bone infections, and then they have to leave their country. They have to leave this country to go back to their own country before they lose their life. The electricity's going out. The sewage system is backing up. Come on now. You know I love this place, you guys. You know I love this place. I've been here for 7 years, never returned back to Canada in 7 years. This place has had my heart. But I don't like to see things gutted out and bad decisions be made. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It makes me feel uncertain. It makes me feel like I'm not making the right choice in my life right now. And it makes me feel like something is backwards. And I feel insecure. and watched. I have to watch what I say now, you know, because you have to take one side or the other. You have to be on the side of, the girls being gone, and or don't speak up, like, and then when I see the girls, I was at a restaurant, and I'm not going to say the restaurant that I was at, but when I was at the restaurant, all the girls were looking at me, and they know I'm that vlogger, that I'm a vlogger. They're looking at me like, oh my gosh, don't whip out your cell phone. Don't tell where we are. One of the waitresses came up to me and said, hey, my boyfriend my boyfriend sent me your YouTube. And I was like, okay. And I felt bad, right? Because I was supporting the girls not being there. I was supporting the government. I was supporting change, you know? This is not my country. I support the people who are in authority figures. I support the people who are in a position that says that they can make a change. So the waitress says to me, thank you. And I said, thank you for what? And she said, thank you for not mentioning where the girls are. And I said, listen, that's none of my business. That's none of my business. If the girls are safe and they're making their money somewhere and they're not in the streets, let them be safe. Let them be safe, man. What's going on? You know, the money is being lost. Yeah, I still have people asking me for apartments. It's not about that. I still have people asking me for apartments. People are still contacting me to come. So it's not that I have been affected, but Sosua has been affected. I was out hanging out at one of the restaurants on Pedro Clisante a few weeks ago, and I met two guys. I met up with one guy who is a viewer of mine, and he just wanted to sit and talk. I met him at the waterfront. I was going to do an interview with him, the waterfront restaurant, okay, down by Playa Alicia. Beautiful place. I was going to do an interview with him. And he said, no, Cerise, I would rather not. We met up to do an interview. And he said, no, Cerise, I would rather not. So I was like, okay, well, where are you going now? And he said he was on his way to Pedro Clisante. So I said, okay, you know what? I'll come with you. Since we're not going to do business, I want to go check out Pedro Clisante and go patronize over there a little bit. As I was leaving the waterfront, I asked a few of the waiters, like it was empty there, empty. And I said, guys, are you also affected by these changes here? Because the waterfront, if you don't know, it's more of an upscale restaurant, right? It's a beautiful ambiance. And they said, yeah, yeah. And one of the waiters said, but it is low season, so we're looking forward to high season. And I said, that's true. It is low season. I said, but is this lower people than usual? And he looked at me and he nodded yes. And I said, okay. So then I walked with the guy. We walked from the waterfront over to Pedro Clisante to one of the starving restaurants, which I'm not going to name because it really is starving. And I sat down. And the reason why I'm not naming the starving restaurants is because that's bad for business too. Ideally, I would love to name them, but I would prefer to be at the restaurant doing a promotion and say, hey guys, I have a drink, I have some food. Look at this food. It's so great. Come on in. I'd rather be doing a promotion for them rather than talking about their downfall, So there's the difference there. So we went to the restaurant and we sat down. We got a drink and his buddy came and sat down. So this guy, this one guy who's sitting with me, he's a black guy from England and he owns a home in Ireland, right? The guy that we sat down with is an Italian guy. And so both very well-traveled men. So we start talking about the Sosua issues. And that's what it is now, the Sosua issues. It's not Sosua change any longer. It's Sosua issues. That's what the main conversation is, straight up. It's not this Sosua transformation, Sosua family. No, 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 no. It's the Sosua issues. That's what the conversations are with us expats. So I asked them, I'm like, have you guys noticed any change? They're like, oh, yeah, man, we don't even go for the girls. We're not even interested in the girls. But just to be in a town where everything is so sad. And I'm like, but it's low season. Let's just wait till high season. And one of the guys, the Italian guy, he's like, Cerise, I have a lot of friends that own properties here, Airbnbs, and his friends' properties didn't get closed down from Airbnb because his friends' properties are not guest friendly, right? They're just not guest friendly. They're really nice luxury properties. If you want to take a girl in, take a girl in, but they don't put on their account. They don't post that it's, prostitute friendly. They just say, yes, you can take in guests, but they don't promote it on their Airbnb. The people that shut down, they're the ones that promote guest friendly. Guest friendly in this town means bring your girls. So anyway, this guy said, Cerise, those people, all of them have cancellations. These are Europeans that own those luxury properties. All of them have cancellations. January, that people even canceled right up into January. He's like, all the way up into January, people cancel. So those people had those bookings all the way. Some people contact me for apartments a year in advance. I have some people that are here, like let's say in March, they love Sosua so much that they're messaging me on their last day here, and they're looking for a place to stay for the next year. And they'll message me. They'll be like, hey, I'll be here a year from now. I'm staying at this place right now in Sosua and I really like it, but I want to come for longer next year. And I heard that you get budget friendly places for people. So I'd like to stay a month. Can you get me a place for a month for a year from now? And I'm like, well, no, the places that I get are not Airbnb. They're long-term rentals. So you have to message me closer to your date. And if I have something available, you can definitely take it for the month. But I can't book you a month in advance because if someone else wants that apartment and they want to take it for a year, the landlord obviously is going to take that person for a year as opposed to wait for you to come a year from now and give it to you for a month. Just being honest, And, but those guys, that the Italian guy was talking about, those guys do book far in advance. I have a friend in Cabarete and she has a beach apartment and she's booked up 2 years in advance. That's how people book here. When tourists come here, they book 2 years in advance, a year in advance. They know what they want and they're coming. Well, they cancel. Sosua hotels, Sosua Airbnbs, many of them are empty. Restaurants, I don't know what the plan was. What was the plan? Did people actually think, did the politicians actually think Sosua had something more to offer than sex tourism? Well, who's gonna leave a cruise ship? Who's gonna leave a cruise ship and come to Sosua for Sosua Beach when they have the whole entire Malecon? Who's gonna leave the cruise ship on an excursion and pay for an excursion to come to Sosua to sit on Pedro Clisante? Half the roofs on Pedro Clisante need fixing. It's an eyesore if you really just sit on Pedro Clisante and just sit on Pedro Clisante and just look at all the roofs. There's nothing tropical about them. They're all zinc roofs and they're all turning colors. They need to be painted. There's nothing aesthetically pleasing about it. Go somewhere on Pedro Clisante and just sit at one of the bars and just look across at all the roofs. And you'll see what I mean. And this is not to put down anyone. If the street Pedro Clisante looked like Barbados or Bahamas and it was all painted white and blue and pretty and, something like really, wow, gorgeous, I could get it. But there's something I'm not grasping. And I've been patient. And I'm like, yo, this is like really looking sad now. Where's this plan? What's happening? What's going on? What's going on? Like, I, what's going on? The plaza where I live? 5 Haitians walking around like they're lost. Okay, I'll be real. Maybe 20 guys on the work site walking around like they're lost. They're walking around like they're lost. They don't know what they're doing. My son is a construction worker. My son sends me videos. He's a glazer. He works on 30 floor buildings, putting glass in windows, and he sends me videos. He'll set up a video sometimes and he'll send me a video of himself working. They have some music playing in the background. The guys are talking about, whatever movie they watched, and they're moving, they're hustling. You hear, you hear all the drills going. They got their hard hats on. They're laughing every now and again. It's a work site. Go by the plaza, and it's a sick sight. You got these Haitians walking around, skinny like they haven't eaten in months, and they're lazy. It's not in their interest to finish that plaza fast, because when they finish that plaza, they don't have a job afterwards. They're not trying to fix that place up real quick. They're lifting up blocks. Like, oh, let me lift this block up and put it at the other end of the parking lot. Oh, let me do this job now. You go by on a bike, they all stop and look and stare. Oh, there goes a gringa. Like, get back to work, man. Get to work. Do they even have a foreman there? Do they even have a foreman on that work site? And then I hear people on my viewers, that place will never get built. And I stick up for the government. Don't worry about it. It'll be built in December. They said it will be built maybe February. We are in the middle of September and it looks the exact same way as it did 5 months ago. They built a wall. That's it. They put some planters outside. They're trying to look busy. There's no plan, man. I know what a plan looks like. I come from a first world country. I come from a downtown Toronto area. I see construction. I know what infrastructure is about. I know what work looks like and progress. I know what it looks like. Don't try to put a mask over anyone's eyes any longer. There is no plan. It's sick and it's sad. People are starving. People are hungry. My friend went and he said to me, and I didn't even know this. Let me tell you guys this. Maybe you don't know this. A kid can't go to school here in the Dominican Republic unless they have a knapsack, paper, and pencils. Like, they have to have their whole kit and caboodle and their uniform, like everything. Otherwise, they can't start school. So my friend went and bought like a whole bunch for the kids to go and for the kids to go to school. And like a lot. He bought a lot. But what happens when that paper runs out? What happens when those knapsacks get holes in them? Those kids can't go to school unless they have a whole entire kit and caboodle to start school with. Nothing is provided. And if the mothers and the fathers are not working, where are they getting this money from? Thousands of people have not come. The statistics are out. I have the statistics. I received them yesterday. I received the statistics yesterday via WhatsApp from somebody who is involved in a lot of this here. And he's so kind. He's so sweet. He's been keeping me up to date on it, all of it. And I'm like, wow, just seeing the inside of everything. I'm like, there's no plan. There's nothing happening. All they did was remove the girls with the military, scared off tourists, said no more sex tourism. I get that. I understand that. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it. If they don't want girls on the street on Pedro Clisante any longer, fine. Let them go into some establishments that want them there. Let the girls go into restaurants where those restaurants will have the girls there. Some restaurants don't want the girls. Some restaurants don't mind. Let the girls go be safe somewhere. Don't let the girls go kill people because they need something, you know? So now what? Now that this man has been killed and this woman is on the run, obviously she did it for money. He wasn't cheating on her. Obviously she did it for some financial gain or some frustration. I don't want to make assumptions, but I can make an educated guess. So now what? A gringo was just killed. Now what? What's the plan, Stan? Where are we going with this now? This is not therapy. Just like Big Hurt said, maybe Cerise, you should go get some therapy, go talk to a therapist. This is not about talking to a therapist. This is about taking a stance and making a move. This is about saying, hey, I don't think I'm on solid ground here. I don't think I'm in the best position here. I don't think the people around me in this country are making solid decisions. I just had to take braces off that a woman had on my teeth for 2 years, and she wasn't even a qualified, experienced dentist to put on orthodontics, to do orthodontics, and she calls herself an orthodontist, and she's allowed to in the tourist area, and she's not even regulated, and she's a dentist. How are you going to regulate these girls? The cart before the horse is what happened here, ladies and gentlemen. The cart before the horse, and now the horse has stalled. When you put the cart before the horse stops. Look at Sosua as being the horse. And then you just went and put the cart right in front of it. Sosua, how is Sosua supposed to move? Who wants to buy any of those condos on the beach with these imaginary, invisible plazas? These invisible plazas. This is a government project. Those plazas are a government project. The government is putting $600 million pesos into the plazas. So why doesn't he beef up the work? He has 20 Haitians there working. Where are all the Dominicans? Why aren't you hiring your own people? You want to open up jobs? Open up jobs. Make a work fair. Sit the people down. Hey guys, you Dominican people who are out of work, you strong Dominican men that live in the area, you want to see your plaza be built? You want this plaza to open up jobs? So yeah, we know you're going to move real quickly. We're going to have a job fair. Come sign this paper. You're not going to get paid as much. You might get paid the same as the Haitians, but we want you to come on and get this ball rolling. And let's get this plaza built in your area. Why doesn't anyone say that to any of these Dominicans that are sitting around all day long in these cold models? Pay them daily. Let them go in, pay them daily, and let them leave. If they don't return to the work site the next day because they drank too much at the river the night before, then that's their business. If they want to go back to work a week from now, let them go back to work a week from now. Get the plaza built. Get it done. It's been too long now. It's been too long. And then they're going to build these 3 7-story condos on the beach. And where's all this traffic going to go? Route 5 can't contain all that traffic. Route 5, literally pretty much 2 lanes. That's it. Route 5 right in front of the beach. It gets into like a bottleneck. Where is all this traffic going to go? Are they going to make another road? And if so, how and when? So they still have to bring the electricity in. They still have to deal with the sewage. They still have to deal with garbage. They still have to deal with the plazas and the girls and they still have to deal with the lack of tourism. What's going on? What's going on? And with all of that being said, where are the Dominicans? Where are the Dominicans, and why aren't they being cared for? Where is the welfare system? Where are the food banks? Where are the Dominicans? They're not being heard. They're not being taken care of. They are real human beings. They are not animals, and they are the real people of this island. They are the ones that are accepting all of this slap in the face. No electricity. Why isn't there electricity? Because more people are coming to the island. Why are more people coming to the island? Because more people are wanting to come here. Tourism. Well, guess what? Tourists aren't coming any longer. So now where are you going to get your money? It's like a cycle, an unhealthy cycle. I don't know what to say. All I can say is put my braces on my top teeth on Monday. Please do my treatment right. And God, give me love and patience. Give me peace. Help me help people. Help me help one person at a time. You know, my sister's coming on Tuesday. First time here ever in the Dominican Republic. She's going to be staying at hotel in Sosua. I'm going to be seeing her. She's coming with her husband. I'm excited. I haven't seen my baby. She's my baby sister. We're like 8.5 years apart. Same mom, same dad. We're both mixed race, but I would say she looks more Dominican. She has long black curly hair, and she has like caramel color skin. We have the exact same voice. We laugh the same. We get along so well. We're very close. I'm excited for her to come here. I mean, hey, if the girls are there or not, my sister wouldn't really care less. But now there's nothing for my sister. What am I supposed to show my sister now? What? Dead? Sosua? Dead? Crust? What am I supposed to show her now? Of course, I'll take her to my favorite restaurants on Pedro Clasante. I'll take her to Wings and Waffles. I'll take her to Slice. I'll take her to Jesse's. I'll take her to Jolly Roger. I'll take her to Casa Coco. I'll take her to the park. You know, those are my hot spots there. Those are my hot spots. I go to places where I know the owners, or I just know the employees are really good. They serve well. Am I forgetting any places on Pedro Clasante? Going from the bottom up. So I like Toscana Osteria as well. That's an Italian restaurant, but I don't really go there much since I let my television show go. But I like Casa Coco because of the open atmosphere, and the employees there are real cool. And they have like 2-for-1 drinks on nights when I want to go out and have a nice little drink. They have coconut mojitos, 2-for-1, you know, and they have really good food there. Their food there is really delicious and good prices. So they sometimes even have like 2-for-1 cordon bleu, stuff like that. So I like that restaurant. And then the park, they have this little thing now, like they're like, I don't know, maybe some of you guys don't know, or maybe you guys just walked by it. It's called the Amor Park. It's like right beside the sushi place. The sushi place is an all right place to go to. I like to go there for sake once in a while, but it's not one of my hot spots. But it's a good spot to go to. But I'll take my sister like wherever she wants to go. But it's a must that I take her to introduce her to Milton at Slice, because, you know, he's just cool people. It's a must that I take her and introduce her to Mario at Fat Jesse's if he's there. I'm very proud of my sister, very proud of my family. So when I think of introducing her to people, I think about my hot spots. And of course, it's a must that they meet my family too. It's just something that's special to me because they are like my family here, like they are who I see here a lot. And so, of course, I want them to meet my baby sister. But what else am I going to do with her? What else am I going to do with her? Like, like, there's nothing on the street now. I mean, before I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing. It's not like I would before like be like, oh, look at the prostitutes, like look at them. Like I would not do that before, but it's just that there would be more people on the street where some of them would be my viewers. Some of them would be my viewers, and they would be like, like, oh, and I could be like, this is my sister, and she could get some excitement and be like, oh wow, hi, and there'd be more people. But now it's just like empty. I'll take some video footage. I'll do some video and I'll show you guys. I'll obviously do a nice video montage of my sister when she's here and what we do. I'm going to take her to Cabarete. I want to take her to Goddess and get her some wings out there. I don't know. It's just, she had this plan for months before the whole prostitute takedown. And it just seemed like there was so much excitement. I was waiting for my sister to come for 7 years. And now it's like ghost town. And this is where I live, And if you notice, I really haven't been saying in my videos lately, I live where I love and I love where I live. In a couple of videos I do, but not like how I used to, because it's difficult to love a place and you don't know what's going on. I really wish they had a plan. I just sound like I'm complaining a lot. I know. I sound like I'm complaining a lot. But what else is, what else am I supposed to say? Kings. I haven't really seen Kings happening. I wasn't really a person that went to Kings. Stray Python. Show them Puerto Plata. Yeah, I will. Playa Chiquita, who's been arrested? Nobody's been arrested. And nobody 14 says you need help. That's not really kind for you to say that when someone is really expressing things. It's not that I need help. I think Sosua needs a plan. If you lived right here and you saw exactly that nothing is happening and nobody has a plan right now, you would understand. I don't understand why anyone would remove the girls without a plan, right? Nobody. I don't understand that. I come from a first world country. I don't know where you come from. I don't know where you come from. You sound like you're probably Dominican, because I've been noticing that since a lot of the cleanup, it's just literally one block. One block made such an impact, a negative impact. And since then, I've noticed that a lot of female naturalized Dominicans, beautiful women, awesome, but they have been quite outspoken. And then, of course, a lot of the Dominican men that are usually the ages of 30 to 40, around that age group, who are not really male professionals, but just don't like Black people. Usually it's that person that says the negativity on the timelines and the negativity in the comments. It's usually a woman, Dominican woman, in her 40s to 60s, or a Dominican man in his 30s to 40s. That's what I've been noticing. A lot of spitfire. And it's not my country. So you guys are successfully pushing people out. And I'm one. I'm one. So you can go ahead and say that I need help, but I'm not the one that needs help. Your country does. A lot of help, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of oil. If you don't know this, 80% of your oil comes from abroad. Your problem is not sex tourism and black men on Pedro Clasante. That's not your problem. It's not your problem. You need to get rid of a lot of other problems that are true problems. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been here for 7 years and I've been seeing a lot and watching a lot. And I see that Haitians that are illegal come in here and they take a lot of the jobs. And they just come in and they come back and forth, and they're paying their way into Dominicans at the guards. They're paying guards to come in here, and they're working, and then they get arrested, and then they pay to get back on the street again. It's like a whole circus. They pay to get back on the street again, or they get deported, but they're back here again. It's like a cycle. So nobody, you can say what you like and you can continue to say that. But Haitian German, she's been arrested. Nobody 14. You worried? Oh, you are Dominican. Look at your language. You worried about the girls? Let them stay at your apartment. You're a female. You're a female. You are a female and you are Dominican. I just feel your hate. I feel your hate. This is not about the girls. They're on one block in Sosua, and look what it has done to the country. Look what it has done to the North Coast. No plan. No plan. So it's good to see that the girl was arrested. My heart was really heavy. Hopefully they'll keep her in. Hopefully they'll make a newscast about it in English as well. Hopefully they'll start talking more about what's happening in Sosua and what the plan is, and sharing. Share with the people what the plan is. Some of you don't like Trump, and I know that's a real sore name to say, but the politics in the United States, at least they say what they're going to do. The whole entire Pedro Clasante was taken by shock. So yeah. And nobody, what's your name again there? Nobody? I also feel like maybe you are a Dominican that relocated here again from the United States. Or you live you don't live in the hood. You don't live in the barrio. Or you bought something here because you went to the United States and made some money, and now you have something here, so you can come back to it, It's not the girls you're mad at. It's the Black American men you don't like. Yep. That's what it is. Those girls weren't doing anything. Yeah, they were on the streets, but you could have done something different with them. Your solution is, if you don't want them, put them in your apartment. You think that's a logical thing to say? Is that a conversation that you want to have? Is that a conversation that is logical? right now with how Sosua is starving. Businesses on Sosua, especially foreign businesses, people that sold their homes from around the world, moved here and opened up in your country with faith and love and respect and brought all of the attention to that street. The whole entire street is like burgers and pasta and, all different international foods, pizza and wings and international food. The whole entire street. Pedro Clisante is an international street. Foreigners came and opened up restaurants there. I get it that you don't want sex tourism. I get it that you don't want people being there on the streets and being nasty with creep cams and being cheap. But there are some dignified tourists that do come and they really do bring money in. And there should have been a different plan. And if you think that someone expressing that openly, especially after 2 months of supporting it, and you think someone expressing it openly and just being like, yo, a foreigner just got killed, and that's what you say, you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. I don't want to talk about Finger because he was part of the problem too. Straight up. I don't know who he is. I don't know what's going on, but he had a YouTube channel that was also part of the problem. There were a lot of vloggers that were part of the problem. And, the girls didn't even like that. And the quality of women that were coming here, most of them, they weren't classy working girls. But many of them are. And the ones that have outlasted, the trashy ones are gone. But the ones that have outlasted and they can actually read and they can go digital and, they are cleaning themselves up and they're trying to respect the law and they realize that there's transformation. I think that there's something to be said about that. I think there's some respect to be said about that. And men are still coming here, The whole entire Pedro Clisante needs to be cleaned up. A lot of those toilets, I don't want to mention the restaurant, but there's one restaurant and the owner, the owner is so meticulous with his restaurant, with the uniforms, with the girls, with, the food and, making sure that everyone's happy. But the washrooms, wow, they are a constant problem. And it always has been for probably 10 years or more. And it's not the only place on Pedro Clisante. There's a lot happening. Hard Rock Cafe, right out in front of Hard Rock Cafe, there is a sewage leak. Right out in front of Hard Rock Cafe, the restaurant that was supposed to come to set the standard, right there. I went to karaoke there, and the electricity went out about 3 times. Electricity went out as we were singing. People sitting right in the restaurant, electricity went out. It's not Hard Rock Cafe's fault. But that was supposed to be the change of Sosua. Why didn't they just fix things up before? Fix everything up. Paint the roofs. Fix the bathrooms. Bring in some nice restaurants, like not nice restaurants because there already is a lot of nice restaurants, but bring in some whatever you want to bring in. Do it. Fix the beach up. Do what you got to get done. And then slowly get rid of the girls. Zero tolerance. The tolerance zone that the senator was talking about, the tolerance zone. It's starting to sound like it makes sense. It really is. At first, when the girls were taken away, I was like, okay, I can see why the girls would be taken away. There's a lot on that street, and these girls, some of them are wicked. Some of them have absolutely no good intention. Some of them, whoa, you don't want to be near them. So yeah, I could see that cleaning that street up was necessary. But anyway, when the senator came in and said, well, maybe a tolerance zone is needed, she was just trying to say, like, hey, like, maybe a tolerance zone is needed, like a little area somewhere. But where would they put it? Where would they put a tolerance zone? And what neighborhood? Neighborhoods don't want all those girls there. Neighborhoods don't want, and most of the neighborhoods are predominantly Dominican, and they don't want that problem. They were like, leave it on Pedro Clisante where all the tourists are. Don't bring it into the tourists, into the residential sector. I don't know why they just didn't leave the casino open and Playa Chiquita. Leave the casino open. There's a bunch of places there that are just dead. Extend it a little bit, right over near, David's sports complex, and just let them stay up at that end and turn the music down at a certain time, and that's it. But they went out and they gutted the whole place out, and so I just don't understand it. And it's just sad, but I get it. I just wish that they would look at business professionals as well. Like, go to dentists. Ask why did the dentist that I had, why was it me and a whole bunch of other people that had to leave her? And why is it that she's not regulated and these girls are? It's understandable that girls with no education are just going to go on the streets, especially if they're in their 20s, and try to get quick money, especially if they do drugs, and especially if they just have their man and they want to live a quick life and they don't have any responsibilities. Okay, it's understandable that they're going to want to go on that street and, take advantage of the men. But business professionals taking advantage of tourists? When I first got here, lawyers were taking advantage of people like crazy. Now they haven't. A lot of them are young, viable lawyers. Real estate agents are really good now. The real estate agents that are here, they're really loyal, they're smart, professional, educated, So it does take time, but you have to put your foot down. And I just think that things could have been done a little differently. That's all. My opinion, months and months after everything happened, well, not months and months, 2 months after everything happened, I was rooting for it. Playa Chiquita, Hard Rock getting big crowds. Yeah, Hard Rock Cafe is doing good. Hard Rock Cafe does have Hard Rock Cafe does have a generator. They do. But the electricity cuts off for like about a second, and then everyone's in the dark, and then it goes right back on again. All I'm saying is, who really wants that to happen 4 times in one night as you're sitting there? Especially when people are relying on computers, like laptops there, and not laptops, but like when they're getting orders, the internet, that's it. They rely on the internet. Like, I don't know. It just seems so archaic. It just seems so third world-ish. And there's just so much going on here. I feel like it is a beautiful car with a broken down engine. That's how I've been looking at it. Like, on the outside looks so great. It looks like a house, a beautiful mansion. And on the outside it looks so good, but you go in and it's like, whoa, taps are leaking. The lights don't turn on. No one's going to want to buy that house. On the outside it looks great. You go on in the inside and it's like, whoa, oh my gosh, this takes a lot of work. But the Hard Rock Cafe is dealing with it, and they are, you know, they're gonna deal what they got to deal with. They're really good. Well, they gotta make sure that they keep their food up to par as well. But it's all right. Like, I ordered their nachos. Well, I didn't order their nachos. I was there with my friend. The first time I ate there, my friend got their nachos, and it was like the nachos were the best I've ever tried in my whole entire life. I love nachos. I love onion rings. Those are the things that I like to eat because I really don't like a lot of meat. I will buy it sometimes, but I haven't eaten it in the last few weeks. But I like finger foods if I'm out somewhere, and especially with my braces, I like safe foods, no burgers or anything, right? So anyway, long story short, I bought the nachos. My friend bought the nachos. I shared the nachos with him because the nachos are huge. Like, it is definitely for two people, or even three people, but two people. If you want to just buy nachos and get full, you can buy nachos and get full with two people. Three people, it's an appetizer. So he got that. I tried it and I was in my glory. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get these again. So I was at home one day and I was like, I'm hungry. I'm going to order something. And I ordered the nachos. And they were like, all right, we're sending them. And they knew who I was because I'm in contact with them, right? I went there and I promoted a little bit and stuff like that. So they knew who I was. It's not like I was a stranger or whatever and anything. So they sent them to me. They came in two boxes. The nachos came in two full boxes, like two full takeout boxes. So it wasn't like it was a smaller amount. It was still the same generous amount, but they were not the same when they got here. I just didn't, I picked at one of the boxes and then I just kind of opened up the other box and put it on the floor by Noche's dog dish. And she crunched on a few, but even she didn't eat many. And I was like, I'm never going to get them again. But I will get them again. Even as I'm saying this, I'm pretty sure that they will. They probably heard this already, that things aren't the same. But I did get their chicken fajita when I was there. And oh my gosh, it was so good. This was like maybe about 4 weeks ago. But they have amazing karaoke there. They have really nice setup there. They have awesome service, like just the people that serve you. They're so great. And every now and again, they break, like the employees themselves, when the song comes on by Pharrell Williams. I'm so happy. Dun, 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 dun. That song, when that song comes on, all of the employees stop and they start dancing. I really love it. They seem like a happy crowd. It just, they really want to please you. They're there to please you. The owner, I met the owner. I WhatsApped him and asked him for an interview. I still got to get over there. Maybe I'll do it this week sometime when my sister's there. I'm taking my sister there on Wednesday for karaoke and something to eat Wednesday night. So that's going to be great. They also have they have like bands there throughout the week. So Hard Rock Cafe is getting it on. They really are. They're doing good. And the expats are really loving them. We all love Hard Rock Cafe. It's a great environment, not too expensive. Really good. Some of the expats have been complaining that the quality has changed, but I think that's just in general. But I think that they are still an establishment that you can shake them up a little bit and be like, hey, this is what's being spoken about on Facebook, and then they will just tell them, retrain them. They're all about training anyway. Um, so I think that's pretty good. Um, yeah, but I mean, I'm also very cognizant about going to the other bars and restaurants that were already my favorite spots, to still patronize them for sure. Um, Aramo. Hey, Aramo. Aramo Queens. How are you, sweetheart? Stray Python. The tolerance zone was supposed to be the casino. That guy built that $1 million complex for the reason he did. His name's David. He used to own Stray Python. You're right. So David used to own Sosua City Lights on Pedro Clasante. He might still own it, but years ago, he opened up the complex because there were rumors that the girls were going to be removed off the street many times before. And I think that's when they should have done it, and they should have stuck to it. They should have said, yes, the girls are going to get changed, have a town meeting about it, let everyone know. Don't just do it like a shock factor. Where does the shock factor come in at anyway? Now that I'm like really looking at it and thinking about it, what were they doing that for? Shock factor for what? For the investors? The investors are looking at them rolling their eyes. The investors are like, yo, like, yeah, the girls were not good to be there because they were too much, but now there's nothing there. Like, now what are we investing in? Like, no, it just went, talk about extreme. But anyway, I digress. So David had David's complex. Now he opened that up years ago. I'll tell you, that's where I had Tailor Made Dreams baby shower. And I think his daughter now is about 3 years old. So that was like 3 years ago. David was preparing and he opened up a complex there, and it has two pools, one at the back, one at the front, beautiful bar. It has, I think, like 8 pool tables, and in front of each pool table, there's a huge TV. There's also a DJ that he had there. He really tried hard. He really, really was trying hard to prepare. And I believe they dropped the ball on him. And he spent a lot of money in that. And he had employees there. Now you go buy it, and it's just, I don't know if it's dead or not. I'm going to go up there. I'm going to go up there tomorrow after I go and get my braces on in the morning. Listen to me. I'm talking about my braces this whole time. You guys know I'm pissed. I'm pissed off 100%. 2 years with those braces on, and that woman did malpractice on me. I'm so angry. I should take her to court and make her pay for my new braces that are getting put on. But I need to relax. Anyway, I digress. But tomorrow I'm going to go up there. I'm going to go check out David's complex, because I think Stray Python, you're right, that was supposed to be the area. And I think that's a good area up there. To just put the girls. It's just, they have the Dolce, the sacred, what is it called? Dulce Secreto. They have the cabañas up there. And it's all like, I don't think it would be bad to be up there. They had Envy up there. Envy was right up around the corner from there. So they were just to keep them in the complexes, the Envy complex. Turn the music down after a certain time, let the police go in and do their monitoring. Make sure there's no minors. Make sure there's no illegal people there. Make sure that all the girls that are working there have cards. They are monitored. They are put in a position where they are scrutinized. Get these girls cards. What are they all? They need to get tested anyway. Get the girls tested. Guys need to know who they are taking home. They need to know. Do you have your working girl card on you? Let me see your working girl card. Let me take a photo of that on my WhatsApp. Thank you. Don't just make the tourists vulnerable. The girls need to be vulnerable too. The girls need to be regulated. Get them some cards. Get them some blood tests. You have a working girl card? Because if you got a working girl card, then that means that you got tested. Where are your condoms at? Okay, well, let's go. You're good. You're clean. We're ready to roll. You know, whatever. This is something that they could do to still bring in mega millions. Mega millions. The next, Sosua always goes through cycles. And the next cycle that is due to come in is the okay. So first it was like the Europeans. First it was like the Canadians, then it was the Europeans, and then it was the Black Americans. Now what's due to come in? Gay men. That's what's due to come in now. And that is going to spin their heads because the Dominican government is not cool with abortion or with gays. Not at all. They do not like it. And that's exactly what they've been saying too. We don't want the gays. We don't want the gays. This is what they've been saying to me, a lot of Dominicans, and this is what they've been saying. And I mean, look, there was a girl, naturalized Dominican, they call her. She moved to America when she was 16 years old, and she was in the States. I don't know if it was New York, but she's in the States, a Dominican girl. Right now, she's like, what, maybe about 50 something? So she's been in the United States ever since she was 16 years old. She became a lesbian. Right? She's a lesbian. So she rewrote the national anthem, but it's the Dominican national anthem. And she wrote it to be gay inclusive. So she wanted to change the lyrics, but she used the anthem to do that. You know what they did? They said, bring her back here to this country, put her in jail for 3 months, and make sure that she pays a fine that's triple times a Dominican wages a month. So let's say a Dominican makes $400 a month, which they don't. The average Dominican does not make that much, but some do. So $400 a month, let's say, right? It's the equivalent of $400 a month. She's going to have to pay for 3 months, 400 times 3, and be in jail for 3 months. They were saying, bring her butt right back here. Bring her butt right back here to the Dominican Republic. Put her and give her the highest time possible. I did a newscast about it. You can go back on my newscasts. And I think it was about, I don't know, maybe about 4 newscasts. She changed all she did was change the anthem, and they said no, we do not accept that. So abortion, gay, they're not down with it. So they don't want sex tourism. I get it, but yeah, once they have once all of a sudden they have more gay men around the beach, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, it was just better with the other tourists, because it's like they can't they can't be settled. Everyone should be here. Europeans, Canadians, Americans, gays. That's what tourism is about. What type of tourism are they looking for? Tourism is tourism. What is attracted here is what is attracted here, right? Superman brother. Cerise, I'd like to have a drink with you one day. Sure. It's nice weather there. Here in Europe is already cold, rainy, and depressing. Oh, probably soon in Canada too. Travel Cam says they should have left it. Ricardo Santos, are you in the Dominican Republic? I'm Dominican from Santo Domingo. Yes, I'm in the Dominican Republic. I'm in Sosua. I live in Sosua for 7 years, Ricardo. I want to go to the Dominic. I want to go. I want to leave the Dominican Republic one day. I haven't left for 7 years, but lately I've been very upset, Ricardo, because of just a lot of things happening to my friends, a lot of things happening to just people, but I still stay because I love the Dominicans. I love the Dominicans, but I still stay for that reason. But I just feel like there have been decisions that are being made that um, there. I just feel like the Dominican people need a different. I like Luis Abinader, and I think he's trying his best, and I think he loves his country. But I think, like every president, they get in there and they get they get they get they get confused because they get so much unsolicited advice. They forget their road that they're supposed to be on. They forget their focus that they had initially. They forget what they got voted in for. And once they're in, they see all these problems and they're like, oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting this, I wasn't expecting that. And then they have these people who have no idea, and this is all around the world, and they take advice from this person, that person, this person. And he only has 3 years left. I just want him to stay focused on what he needs to get done. His focus was to come here and get the plazas built in Sosua. His focus was to get investors here. How did they go all the way down to the microscopic part of it? The girls were just a part of Pedro Clasante. You can always get rid of them. You can always get rid of the girls. Look how easy it was. Look how easy it was to get rid of the girls. You can always do that after the condos are built, after the plazas are built, after there are like different tourists, like families coming in, and you got like Canadians, you got Europeans, you got Americans, and you got families. Like there can be those street. They can put a fair on the street, and the girls will not walk along the streets if there is a fair. The girls aren't going to want to be around a bunch of kids. The girls do have respect. The girls many of them are very shy. They're very insecure. They are aggressive, but when they are faced with like embarrassment, faced with families, faced with children, faced with fun fairs, faced with like people that are investors and stuff, those girls will just run like cockroaches. You didn't need the military for them. So I just feel like the military could have waited until after the plazas were built, until after the condos were built. There are people who invested a lot of money here. I know people who have invested millions in buildings and complexes and condos, and they're still in the middle of building right now, and they have been affected. So I just feel like President Abinader, he had a good mindset, and he listened to people who were all over the place. And I believe that it just kind of went out the window. That's all. Ricardo, can I ask you something? Is the Dominican Republic really bad criminality wise? Ricardo, before yesterday, I would say no. But in the last 2 days, I've been doing research on Thailand and Malaysia, places to relocate to and become a new expat in those areas. And my research and seeing what I'm seeing, I would have to say the level of life here, the quality of life here is much lower. It's lower quality. Thailand seems to be so beautiful, and it is even less expensive to live there. But the quality of life, even though you pay less for rent, less for food, less for your daily living expenses, you have a higher quality. And I believe that helps with crime. Here, I believe that a lot of tourists are targeted, and I think the women killing the men is just like someone folding a piece of paper. This is ridiculous. These women should not be allowed to they should not feel so comfortable to carry a knife and stab a man up like that. And where I live in a barrio in Sosua, Ricardo, and you got a lot of Haitians here, and they machete each other. I don't talk about that a lot, but you're asking me, so I'm telling you, they don't do it all the time. They don't do it all the time, but some of the girls are very aggressive. I have a girl that lives in the next building to me, and all she wants to do is yell. She's a Haitian woman. All she wants to do is yell, yell, holler, holler, scream, scream. And I just said to her one time at 11:30 at night, I said, "Please be quiet." She said, "I can say what I want to in my own apartment." And I said, "Okay, I'll call the police." I said, Yo llama policia." I didn't need to talk to her first, but I spoke to her first out of respect. Other people would just call the police and have the police take her to immigration, and she goes and gets deported. But I gave her the respect, and I said to her, "Okay, I don't need to talk to you. Yo no necesito hablo contigo. Yo necesito hablo nada contigo. I don't need to talk anything to you, but I am. So when I say to you, please be quiet 11:30 at night because you've been doing this all day long, you need to be quiet." So I think the Haitian situation is very much out of control. And I love Haitians. I have a lot of Haitian American friends. I have a lot of Haitian friends that pay the $300 a month. I mean, sorry, $300 every 4 months. Motoconchos, restaurant owners. There are people that sell and products, and they open up restaurants. They pay their visa. They pay their visa to work here. But then you have some people who are here illegally in the barrio, and yeah, there's crimes. Sometimes I'm afraid someone's going to jump up on my balcony. I have cameras all over my balcony, and I have cameras all in my bedroom, and I have cameras all in my living room. I got those cameras because of the people in my area, not because of Dominicans, but because of Haitians that are hungry. They're hungry. They're here illegally, and they cannot pay their visa, and so they get desperate. And it's not the Dominicans' problem. Haiti is not Dominicans are not responsible. They're not responsible for Haiti. Haiti is responsible for Haiti, and the American government can help. France can help. They have Vectis in there right now, and they're helping. I'm going to do a video on that. Vectis. They used to be, I think, called Blackwater, and they're in there right now. Trump got them in there. They're trying to look for that guy Barbecue, but I don't think Barbecue is the problem. I think just the whole mentality there is the problem. They are people who they fought against the colonizers, but they didn't know how to run a country. They got their hands on a country that they were immigrants there. They were taken as slaves from Africa, West Africa. I'm mixed with black, and my black family comes from West Africa, Sierra Leone, and a lot of the Haitians came from there. So a lot of the Haitians were taken from Sierra Leone as slaves, and they were taken to this island, and they fought against their colonizers. They did not want to be slaves any longer. And it's like what they did was they were on a plane, and they removed the pilot, and now no one knows how to fly that plane. And you can't do that. You can't take the pilot away from the plane. I get it. I get that they didn't want that in the country any longer. but they could have had a different plan. They could have worked with the French in a different way, but they fought because they were desperate. They fought against it. And now look, everything that they lost, they have nothing now. And I believe that's also a representation of what Sosua is looking like on Pedro Clisante. You know, they took out the main component of what Pedro Clisante was about, and I get it. But now, now what? What's the plan afterwards? So just to answer you, do I feel like the Dominican Republic has a lot of crime? I believe that it's not as much as what the world thinks it is. I don't believe that the Dominican people are mean or evil. I don't think this. I think the Dominican people are beautiful. I think that they are cultured. I think that they are traditional. And I think uh, in in on a scale of 1 to 10, they're tops. They are top people. You take a Dominican and you educate a Dominican and you give a Dominican something and they're going to make it work. Dominicans are very intelligent. They're very beautiful people inside and out. And I don't believe that crime is their first instinct. I don't believe that. I think it's out of frustration and I think it's out of poverty. And I think that some things need to be put in place. But I don't believe that Dominicans are bad people. I love Dominicans and that's why I'm still here. But because I can see some decisions that are starting to look very corrupt and unplanned, it's starting to make me feel a little insecure. And I'm like, wait a minute. There's no infrastructure promises. There's no, like, there's a lot that is lacking. And the decision making around that doesn't seem like those decisions are solid. And I think that starts to set up a standard of criminality. Straight Python. I'm not correct on Haiti. You know, the thing is, um, people say Haiti owned the Dominican Republic. The Haitians gave the Dominican Republic, but we really do have to be straight about it. And you can't straight Python. You can't say to me that please stop, and tell me what I don't see. Right? I'm seeing things right next door to me. Right next door to me. You think I want to see 10 children be dropped off at an apartment and the kids are playing all day and they're not in school and they're crying and they're screaming and they're hungry and they're starving because the parents were not born here. The parents are Haitian and they are here illegally and they can't leave their doorstep. You know, but no Dominicans call on them. No Dominicans call the authorities. The Dominicans just deal with it. When you say, please stop, I don't know what you're saying, but, or what you're trying to disagree with. But I'm just speaking my truth. So I respect you and I respect your space. And I'm asking you to respect mine as well. And what I see here and what I have witnessed, I already know that the City Bank in America owns Haiti. I know that. They bought it from France. France, France, France was the one that went over to Sierra Leone and they didn't steal the slaves. They were given the slaves. And they went back over, they took them over to right here, Hispaniola, and they had them working and they did not treat them good. So of course they rose up against the French. The French were horrible to them as slaves. They fought back And the Haitians actually tried to pay back that debt over years and years and years. And that's what made them broke. But they never created their own money, their own alphabet. They never got to a point where they said, okay, we have a country, a nation that is recognized as a nation. They almost were there. They were almost there, 100%. There are videos from the 1980s where you can see how beautiful Haiti was, 100%. But over and over, they were infiltrated. Over and over, they were destroyed. Over and over, nobody let them climb as high as they could have climbed. And obviously, it was the oppressors. Obviously, we can't call them colonizers because it wasn't like Haiti existed before the French. The French took the slaves over there and it became Haiti. You can call them oppressors. And yes, it is a very sad story, 100%. And they tried to pay that debt back, but it should not even have been a debt. That debt should not even have ever existed. The French should be ashamed of themselves. When they saw that Haiti fought back, they should have just said, okay, we're out of here. That's it. We're out of here. Like, we can see that they, called mutiny. Like, there's nothing left on this island that we can get from here. But they tried to make them pay back for all the investments that they put into Haiti and all the infrastructure that they put there. And they said, you got to pay us back. If you don't want us on that island, you got to pay us back. And the Haitians actually tried, and they paid back a lot. They paid back a lot. And then France sold that debt to Citibank, to the United States. So France cleared their debt with Haiti. They feel they have nothing else to do with Haiti. The Citibank owns that now. America owns that debt. That is Haiti's debt. So now Trump is going in there. And this is why I think Trump is going in. But when you tell me, please stop, I'm talking about the Dominicans versus Haitians. And what I see here is there are more Haitians in most areas than there are Dominicans. And Haitians are coming here in numbers, illegally and legally. And some of them are working illegally. Some of them are taking jobs and getting paid very less. Even the prostitutes were complaining about the prostitute Haitians. Even the Dominican prostitutes were complaining and saying that they're charging less. And they were even complaining about this like about 3 months ago, 4 months ago. No, not 3 months ago, about 5 months ago. The Dominican women, the Dominican prostitutes were complaining that the Haitian women were charging too less for their services. They were literally complaining to the police. So yes, and this is what's happening. The Haitian workers work because they will accept on a work site like the plaza, they will accept like $20 for a day. And they have no hard hats. They have no work boots. They have no goggles, and they're working on that plaza. It is a government project. That plaza is a government project. You think Dominicans are going to go work there for that amount of money and not have a hard hat, not have work gloves, not have work boots? No, they can't get Dominicans to go work for that little bit of money without being tied off on high places and stuff of that nature. But they will bring people in from Haiti on work visas and say, here, go work that plaza, go put it together. But you're not going to have a hard hat. You're not going to have work boots. You're not going to get tied off on high distances from the ground. Just work. No goggles when you're smashing a cement wall with a sledgehammer with your arm. No drills, no drills. You are literally using a sledgehammer to take down a cement wall or to bust up cement. There's hardly anything that they're working with on that at that plaza. So yes, Haitians are here. Many of them are taking Dominican jobs. I see this. I come from a first world country, straight Python. I see this with my eyes. I've read things, I've researched things. So when you say, please stop, you can't hear it, then you can just leave and come on my next video when I'm not talking about this. But I do see a lot of things that are going on right now that do need to be changed, unfortunately. And I don't think the government, the Dominican government, is evil. I don't think that any Dominicans are evil. And I don't think that crime is their first desire. And I don't think that Haitians are coming here to hurt the Dominican jobs. I think they're hungry, and this is the closest place they can come to. I think it is a whirlwind of help that needs to be done. And that's when you have a developing country and a third world country right beside each other. I think that's just nature. Yes, Tony, the Haitian women are a lot cheaper. Yes, Big Hurt, post colonization. Yes, straight Python, you are right. Tainos, they are what you call the natives. And they were all the way down in South America. The Tainos were all the way down in South America. But just like what happened when colonizers went to Canada, where there were indigenous people, what happened here was they brought diseases. They brought diseases from Europe. They brought diseases. And a lot of the Tainos died because of the diseases that were brought to them from Europe. And that's what happened. Many of them died. But when the French came, they took the part of the island, and the Spaniards took the other part of the island. The French took people from West Africa, Sierra Leone, and those were the Haitians, 7 different tribes. They took 7 different tribes from Africa, and those tribes were all different looks, different faces. They didn't even speak the same language. How they started to speak the same language was through learning how to count with 7 stones. They learned how to count with 7 stones, and they started to begin their uproar, their fight back against the Europeans, against the French. But the French were not colonizers. They were colonizers, I guess, if you look at the Tainos, yes, but not against the Haitians. They brought the Haitians, which were not even Haitians, they were Africans. They brought the Africans here to this island. And when they brought the Africans here to this island, again, there were 7 different tribes. And they worked together as much as they could. But then they started to plan and rise up. And, so all I was saying was, when they rose up, working together might have been a plan, working together. Of course, you don't want to work with the person that enslaves you. Look at me, I'm complaining about my braces. I don't want to work with that woman ever again. I don't ever want her to touch me again. And of course, I want to also, see, I just want her away from me. So I get why someone who is innocently affected and abused would want to rise up against someone else. 100%. I was that woman's unwilling victim. What she was doing to my teeth for 2 years and lying to me the whole time, telling me, just trust the process. But what was I supposed to do? So finally, I broke away from her, and look at me, I'm angry. Same thing with the Haitians, of course. After so many years, they broke away. They were angry. 100%. And they had to learn a language of their enslavers. Creole. They had to learn a language, but that wasn't their true language. There were 7 different tribes. So I couldn't even imagine the pain and just the generational hurt that they go through even till this day. There was a point in history when they were doing very, very well in Haiti. Their own maids and beautiful homes and, infrastructures that were great. But it was the government, unchecked government, unyielded power. And this is what happens. And kind of like what we're going through here right now. The government, unyielded power. Let's see what happens when EDES, EDES, gets all that money to buy electricity without bidding for it. Let's see how much they lace their own pockets with it. How could they not? How could they not? Those people working in those corporations, I'm pretty sure they're not wealthy. So they're going to take a little off the top for themselves, for their generations to come. It's greed mixed with power. And that's what happens. But in the realm of here, right now, today, right now, the Dominicans are not responsible for the Haitians. And that's just the truth. And I know a lot of Haitians, and I have a lot of friends that are Haitians and American Haitians and Haitians here that actually do pay for their visas. $300, and it's American dollars that they have to pay. $300 every 4 months. And they pay it, and they're legal, and they're happy, and they're grooving. And you see them, they go right out in the streets, they show their papers when they get stopped, and they get stopped. The police stop them. And the police say, "Where are your papers?" And they say, "Right here." They pull them out and they show their papers, and they're gone again. And they're good. And they go every 4 months and they renew their visas. But then you have some people who don't do that, and they're working illegally. And that's where the problem comes in at. And then that's where some of the crime comes in at as well. But I wouldn't say that the Haitians here in Sosua are a problem when it comes to crime. I don't see that at all. I think most of them are scared. They're just here, they're hiding out, they're in their safe houses. They don't want problems. I don't think that Haitians here in Sosua are problems at all. Not at all. And but I do believe that there will be some type of an uproar because they're getting angry. I don't think they're organized enough to start a revolution. Here, anyway, I don't think that they are organized enough, but I do know that they have meetings next door. They have meetings. They haven't had them for about a year, but last year they used to have these revolution meetings, and they used to listen to a pastor on the speaker every Sunday, and the pastor would speak about revolutions, and I would have a few Haitians come up to me in the street and say, the Haitians are going to fight. They're going to fight. But all of a sudden that dismantled very quickly with a lot of the deportations and a lot of the government coming in here and with the trucks and clearing out La Piedra and stuff of that nature. So that dismantled very quickly. That was about maybe a year ago, I guess. I haven't heard any more meetings going on next door. Um, and but a whole like maybe about 10 men would come over on a Sunday next door, in the next building over, maybe 10 or 15 Haitian, big, strong Haitian men, and, not big, strong Haitian men, skinny, young men. And they would come next door and they would all like root and roar and, they were empowered. They felt like they had a plan and they were going to execute it. But then, obviously, with the deportations, like I said, and a lot of trucks coming into Charamicos and cleaning out La Piedra. I don't live in La Piedra, but La Piedra is at the bottom, and that's where most of the Haitians live. And that's where they were going and clearing out most of the Haitians. And so now next door, there's a lot of Haitian children. And I don't know if they are orphans because their parents were picked up and this is where they're bringing the children now. But that's a lot of changes as well. I'm just saying what I am observing. And what I observe is me being very fair and open and honest, you know? So I'm just trying to be real here. Crypto G, move on from this topic or move on to a different country. Crypto G, move on to another country. Yeah, that's what I've been that's what I've been looking at in the last 2 days. I've been looking at Thailand and Malaysia. Believe in faith. Yes, I've been keeping my guard up. And passport fella, change the topic. I will change the topic, but this whole video is about all of that. It is about that guy getting killed. And the woman got caught now, so that's good. But I just don't understand why this continues to happen. Guys, be careful out there, Just be careful out there. I love you all 100%. We may not agree all the time. You guys may get angry at me. You may, appreciate me. You know me more than I know you. I wouldn't know you from one person on the street than the other. If you see me on Pedro Clisante, hail me up, say hello. I'm never going to be hateful or mean. We can even continue some of these conversations in person, and you can teach me more in person. I'm always willing to learn. You know, my black side, my black descendants came from West Africa, Sierra Leone as well, and they were taken as slaves to America. Some jumped off the ship and became maroons in Jamaica. but my people were taken um, straight to America, straight to the United States, and they fought against the Americans when the English tried to go to war with the Americans, and the English lost. So they gave my ancestors land in Canada. And that's, a whole other story. But my mix is Indigenous, Mi'kmaq, from Nova Scotia. The white is from the Mayflower, Scotland, and the black are slaves from West Africa. So I don't know enough about history, that's fine. If I don't know enough about anything, that's fine. But I'm still allowed to talk about what I witness here. So I will change the topic. Politics and history and race and money, they're always really sensitive topics. I hear a whole bunch of like engines. I just heard a whole bunch of engines. Sounded like maybe about 30 bikes going by at one time, but really nice bikes. You can hear the exhausts, or it sound like speed cars, race cars, all the way over on Pedro Clasante. All the way over on Route 5. But yeah, so I guess that's it. I don't want to anger anyone. Definitely don't want to anger the politics here, but I can see that they made a lot of decisions without a lot of plans. And at first I was like, yeah, this is great. This is wonderful. Change is always beautiful. Let's embrace it. But now I'm like, I think I'm the one that needs to change. So I got to figure out how I'm going to do it. I have 1 year because of the braces. Braces treatment got messed up. So now I have to stay here for another year, maybe a year and a half. I don't know. She said to me it's going to take a year more, más o menos, more or less. So I just want a forever home, where the electricity is going to be permanent, where the cost of living is good and I don't have to sacrifice the quality of living. And yeah, so this year I'm going to probably try to learn a little bit of Thai on Duolingo. And I don't know if it's going to be Thailand or Malaysia. I still have to do a lot of research. I've been doing a lot of research for the last 2 days, just watching other YouTubers. Have to figure out the difference between the baht and the American dollar, which wouldn't be difficult. I think it's $60 to 200 baht. I don't know. 60 American dollars to 200 baht, I think. But I'm going to research that on ChatGPT. And I'm going to prepare myself. I'm going to take notes. I'm actually looking really forward to being in a different environment. I love being by myself, and I just want to get into my books. I might go near the beach. There's so many different places in Thailand that you can go to. There's like a beach town. Then there's an expat area. I wrote them down. I have them all written down, the areas that I'm going to research. And you can take your dog over, so I know that. My cat. And yeah, there's just a lot of rich culture there. And I really love that it's a spiritual vibe in Malaysia, a real spiritual vibe. And I don't mind going and meditating at a different, they meditate out in the public. Like they have these places in Malaysia where you can go and they do like afternoon meditation. Everyone can just go and meditate. And I love meditating. So I think I just need to go find my place. This was a good stomping ground. This was a good place to rest and prepare me for more world travel. This was a good place to come and, you know, understand the expat lifestyle, learn a new language, learn a new culture. Um, and it was great, but I think I've outgrown it now. And I need to be sure of where I'm going, because where I'm going, there's no turning back. It'll be my next stop. I'm 53 years old. So, you know, if I'm looking at like another 20 years, another 25 years on my journey here during my human experience, then I would really like it to be in a place where I can maybe meet a man and write my books and meditate, you know, do some exploring, really throw myself into all my YouTube channels. I have more YouTube channels, and just really make the best of this journey that I have. But yeah, definitely is getting to that point, that 7-year itch. Have you guys ever heard of that 7-year itch? That's a real thing. Relationships, they have a 7-year itch. You know, that 7-year itch is where I'm at right now. It started to itch about 5 months ago, and I started to feel it just before my 7-year anniversary. And I started to feel it, and I was like, oh gosh, that 7-year itch is hitting me. But then after my 7-year anniversary, I fell back in love with Sosua, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love it so much. And then with the cleanups too, I was like, okay, Hard Rock Cafe, okay, the plazas, the beach, okay, there's some great changes coming. This is awesome. But then they put the cart before the horse, and I can see that the plans are not that strategic. And I'm like, oh, this is probably going to take about a good 5 years. And I want to go somewhere else for that 5 years. I don't know. I want to go somewhere else. I saw so many beautiful places in Thailand, and they have so many of the same fruits and vegetables. And yeah, I feel it calling me. I feel it calling me. And if not Thailand, Malaysia, but it's calling me. It's calling me for sure. So I'm excited about that. I'm looking around my apartment, and I'm like, okay, all I have to do is just sell my washer. Um, you know, um, Let me see. Passport says, stay in Sosua, don't fall in love. It's all transactional. They love their own people. No, I just feel like I want to leave. Um, oh, wow. That's interesting, passport fella. But that's in America, right? My Scots were from Nova Scotia. Oh, sorry. Yeah, New Scotland, Nova Scotia, Scotland. Nova Scotia is French for New Scotland. So, and Nova Scotia is where a lot of the people got land that were slaves or enslaved. I don't even like to say the word slaves, that were enslaved. Um, my ancestors that were enslaved were in the United States. And when they fought against the Americans with the English put them in Nova Scotia. And that was pretty much New Scotland. So when they got there, they all mixed and mingled with white and indigenous. And the indigenous was Mi'kmaq. So But it's really interesting that what you said about the mountains. I'm going to check out that. I'm going to research that. That's very fun information right there. Thank you. But yeah, Santo Domingo. Who said that? Megs? Does that say Megs? I don't know about Santo Domingo. I don't know about Santo Domingo. Stray Python, thank you so much. Oh, that really means a lot. It really means a lot. You brought tears to my eyes. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh man, I'm so ready. I don't want to go, I don't want to make a lateral move. I don't want to move from Sosua to Santo Domingo. Everything's the same. Everything's the same. It's the same government, the same infrastructure, it's the same. And it's the same. I think it's just, I don't know. I can't say that Thailand's going to be that different. I mean, but my heart does want to go and meditate. My heart does want to go and like just be around um, new expats. Not that I don't like the expats here. I've made some good friends. I've ended some relationships where, you know, um, the Canadian women here in Sosua, I don't seem to I don't seem to get along with a lot of the Canadian expats here. Um, well, it's not that I don't get along. I get along. Wait, let me change that up. Let me change that up. We come from two different cultures. The Canadian expat women, we come from different cultures, different music, different cultures. I was raised on a lot of hip hop and R&B. I don't know a lot of the rock music. I don't know a lot of the culture of the white Canadian. And I just find that a lot of the Canadian women that are here are mainly a different culture than what I was raised in. And it sounds so silly. It just sounds so silly when I hear myself saying it, because I do know a lot of cool Canadian women that I can chill with, but not in groups. Not in groups. Definitely not in groups. Um, it's just not my thing. I can chill with like one at a time. Um, but I'm not really a group person anyway. The reason why I think it's time for me to travel and find a new home. And I think Noche would love it too. I just want to get on a plane with my dog. I just want to get on a new journey, a new adventure, and just, I own nothing here. I can just let everything go. Whatever I do own, I can just unload really quickly. Um, nothing is holding me here. I don't rely on any money here. I got my dog and my cat. I got my cat. My cat's just a part of us. All I have to do is just get a cat carrier and book a ticket, start a new life. It's just so beautiful to think of. That's all, guys. And this whole murder did trigger a lot. The braces triggered a lot. The braces did a lot, a lot. Um, you know, very angry at that. And the ex, just a lot. Just how many people died around me here in this country. And again, the quality of life is not very good. It's going to take a lot of years. They've made a lot of bad decisions here. the government has been corrupt for a very long time. But the governments are corrupt all around the world, very corrupt all around the world. But I don't want to make excuses either. I just want to go. I just want to pick up and go. I may change my mind in 6 months from now. I may go to Thailand and be like, no, Sosua is my home. Maybe I need to go just to visit and just see. You know how you have to do that? Yeah, Thai has a nice beach. Thailand does. Thailand has so many different options. Thailand is, cheaper. The rent is cheaper. You're so right. Crypto G. Yeah, it is different. Different than 7 years ago. When I first got here, I fell in love. And at first, I did have a vibe to like go to Santiago. I had a vibe to go to Santo Domingo. And I had a vibe to like go to Rio San Juan. But then I just keep coming right back to Sosua. Like my heart is in Sosua. If I live in the Dominican Republic, it's Sosua or nothing. I think Sosua will always call me. It's my first love, sweet Sosua. But because Sosua is just so, it's going to go through a lot of changes and it's going to take a lot of time. And I think I can fall in love with another place in the meantime. You know, I've been so loyal to Sosua for 7 years. I think I can fall in love with another place in the meantime. You know, I haven't been off the island in 7 years. I haven't left this. I haven't been on a plane in 7 years at all. I have not left Sosua. I went to Santo Domingo twice. I went to Santiago twice. I went to Hawabacoa twice. I went to Rio San Juan twice. Lived in Cabarete twice. You know, I'm pretty good with the people here. I love the Dominican people. I know the culture. I know what's happening here. I just feel like I squeeze the juice out of the orange and all the pulp is gone and there's not much left for me. That's all. That's just how I feel. And Noche is at a time in her life right now where I would like to go to. I was looking at Thailand and I was looking at the beach there. I think it's called, I sent it to my son earlier. Um, this is where my heart is set. Number one, let me look. Let me look at what I sent my son. Oh, why don't you take a quick trip to Jamaica? He says, when I come. Well, my son just said that to me. My son's dad is Jamaican. Let me just leave a quick message from, hey, sweetheart, when you come, we can take Aerojet and we can go right over to Jamaica together. Let's do it. 100% on board with you. Aerojet will take us straight there and take us straight back. I'm going to give you a message later. I'm just on a live. I'm leaving this message for you as I'm on the live and I'm talking about moving. So it was just such the perfect message. I love you. Okay, so I sent my son Langkawi. Langkawi, oh, that was Malaysia. Langkawi, Malaysia. I think Langkawi is the beach in Malaysia. Was it Langkawi? So Langkawi is spelled Langkowi, Malaysia. So that's what I was looking at earlier. And they said you can get like a house, a 2-bedroom house near the beach there for like $800 a month. And I need a house for Noche. We live in this second floor. It's so loud in Charamicos. You know, I love Charamicos. Don't get me wrong. It served me right. And it's been here for me. But my heart is just wanting to wake up to like silence. I just want to just woosah. I don't want too much around me. I don't want kids crying next door. That's another thing that's really getting at me. All the kids next door crying. I don't know if they're hungry. I don't know if they have parents. I don't know if they just are unattended. And there's a lot, and they scream. And then I feel like, who am I to get annoyed at that? They are God's children. So I'm constantly battling myself because I'm like, well, you need to tell them to behave themselves. Children need to relax. Children need to settle down. They can't be playing from like 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night. And then when I do I do yell out my window, I'm like, hey, keep it down. I feel so bad, you know? So there's another thing there. Anyway, those are my choices, Malaysia and Thailand. I'm really excited about those two choices. I'm going to pray on it, and I'm going to let God guide my heart. I'm going to let God lead me. And that's it. Crypto G, you can get a full house in Thailand for like 400 or 500 USD. Really? Nako. Oh no, my braces are paid for. Braces are not expensive here, Nako. I'm not complaining because I don't. Oh no, it's not about the money. Listen, Nako, I don't mean to sound pompous, but it's not about the money. Like, it was about the practitioner. My teeth were perfect. I had one tooth at the back that looked like a little bit of a snaggle tooth, but my teeth were perfect. And let me see if I can just quickly put it on the screen here. Let me see. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but I'll try. So for me, my teeth were perfect before, but I just had one little tooth that was like on the side. You might not even be able to notice it in this photo. No, you won't be able to notice it in this photo. Oh yeah, you may be able to notice it. Okay, so here were my teeth before. I'm going to put it to the screen. Those were my teeth before braces 2 years ago. But if you look like right here on the side, you can see like a little tooth, kind of like it looks snake tooth. All I wanted them to do was just straighten it out. And so this is what she put braces on my teeth. And now this is what happened to my teeth. So they went from that to that. And now they're even worse. That's what happened with the braces. And now I'll show you with the braces off, because I took a photo today with the braces off. Hold on, let me see if I can find a photo with the braces off. Here's a photo with my braces off. I'm going to get the braces on tomorrow. So they don't look that bad. I know they don't look that bad, But on the inside of my teeth, there is enamel wearing, and that's not good. And all the glue up top. And after 2 years, the problem should have been fixed. Like, I know it doesn't look bad in that photo I just showed you guys, but after having braces on for 2 years, you should like be out of your braces. You shouldn't be going back into them. But no, the braces here are not expensive. So my first set of braces cost $1,000, right? Braces are not expensive, $1,000. And these braces here that I'm getting on tomorrow, she's charging me 24,000 pesos because she feels bad for me. But I told her, no, I would pay the whole price. I think she charges probably like $2,000, maybe $2,500. But I have that. I was ready just to pay it to her all up in cash up front because I'm so happy, excuse me, that she's my dentist now. I was like, whoa, no, like I'm good. And she's like, no, Cerise, I'm really sorry that you have to go through that. She's like, I'm just going to charge you, excuse me, 5,000 pesos, which is, 5,000 pesos is like $100. She's like, I'm going to charge you $100 just to take off the braces and put the braces back on. And then I'm going to charge you 2,000 pesos a month for 12 months. 2,000 pesos a month is $40 a month for 12 months. That's 24,000 pesos. That's like what? 10, 15, 20, 25. That's like $500. So I'm just going to pay all that rate tomorrow when I go there to show her my appreciation. That's not too much to ask. So Mako, or whatever your name was, I have to look at the message again. It's not about the money. You don't have to do that. You just listen to me, hear me out. You don't have to send me anything. Do what Python did. Send me love. That's all. Just hear me out. I am upset. And the inside of the teeth, and the teeth are all going to the side. They're going to one side. They're not straight in the front of my mouth. They're going to one side now. And she pulled out a tooth. She pulled out that snaggle tooth. Instead of straightening the snaggle tooth, she pulled it out. And then she tried to close the gap. But instead of closing the gap, she slanted all my front teeth over to the side. So, yeah. And they turned color. So, yeah. That's, yeah, I know Mo Black. Everyone told me to go to Colombia, but I wouldn't be able to fly back and forth every 4 weeks for adjustments. Well, I wouldn't want to fly back and forth. I don't have my glasses on. World something. I will be there on Wednesday. One love. Oh, you'll be here on Wednesday. Come to Hard Rock Cafe on Wednesday. My sister's going to be here on Tuesday. And we're all going to Hard Rock Cafe for karaoke. It starts at, I think, 8 o'clock. Crypto G, you can get a full house, Thailand for 400 to 500. It won't be in the middle of the city. Crypto G, I don't want it in the middle of the city. I don't want it in the middle of the city. I literally want to live like in the Campo. Like, of course, I want some expats around me if I can. I'm not being picky. I would love to have some expats around me, like, but not too many. There's this one guy I'm watching right now on YouTube. Let me bring up my son's, as I sent my son those videos. And his name is, let me see. His name is, let me pull up the video. The Isaiah Ashley Show in Thailand. The Isaiah Ashley Show. You guys check him out, Isaiah. He does what I used to do on my channel, and he goes into different people's homes in the Black expat community in Thailand, and he interviews a lot of the Black Americans that have gone from America and they're settling into Thailand. And OMG, you should see their houses, you should see their condos, you should see how they are settling in. And I'm like, oh, I'm coming. My heart's singing. I'm ready. I am ready. And it is like so amazing to see them. I watched a video yesterday. I've been watching them all day, like all day yesterday. I went to sleep watching them, woke up watching them. No, I watched one today of a couple, um, and I want you guys to watch it. And she has a bald head. They have a little doggy, like a little shih tzu. And then, oh, what's their names? Their names are Chuck and something. They have their own YouTube channel too. Chuck and something. Anyway, I'm going to check out their YouTube channel and I'm going to contact them um, when I go visit. They live out in the outskirts and they have a 3-bedroom home, a pool, and everything came furnished. And they pay $800 a month, and that includes their internet. Um, and yeah, you know, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm really, really, really excited. But I know that God is, giving me patience. I'm just asking for patience because I have to do my braces here for the year, maybe a year and a little bit. But during that time, I'm going to start, doing different things on my channel. I'll still, like, I already have started doing different things on my channel. I've been moving a little bit away from the real estate. I might get back into it as I still am involved in the real estate, but, um, um, apartments, I still do apartments for people and stuff like that, but I've been more getting into the news, and the more that I've been getting into the news, oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Just gonna change my microphone. Hope that works. Hold on. Yeah, so I think I just need to take this year to work on a lot. There we go. Work on a lot. Like I have to work on my weight. I'm 53, right? Got to work on my weight, and I got to work on these braces, like I said. But these braces have been a sore spot for like 2 years. Most of my friends will even say, "You and those darn braces, Cerise." A lot of my friends will say that. And they'll be, "You and those braces, girl." It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, I looked at Italy as well. The other day I looked at Italy, but I realized Italy's not for me. Although it is beautiful, it's not for me. I need more something tropical. And yeah, Isaiah Ashley show. You guys check him out. I know that you'll love him just as much as I love him. I know that you'll love his videos. And so yeah, I'm changing my channel. I'm going to start doing more travel videos as well. I am going to do a video soon this week about the difference between Punta Cana and Puerto Plata. And the videos that I do get into, so I'm going to do a video on Thailand. I'm going to do a video, for instance, I'm preparing it right now, moving from the Dominican Republic to Thailand and what you can expect. It's not like it's going to be a big time video or get a lot of views because not many people are really interested in that. But I would like to do one moving from the United States to Thailand and what you can expect. And then moving from Canada to Thailand and what you can expect. Because when I do videos like that and I do the research, I'll also find out the information that I need to know as well for when I do go visit and when I do eventually move there. So Crypto G, that sounds so exciting that I could get a house there. And again, I don't need it to be like close near anything. Atlanta, don't pay my dentist everything up front. But this dentist is, yeah, I did pay my other dentist. Hello? But this dentist is, okay. Yeah, the audio's back. But yeah, you know what? You're right. The other dentist, I did pay her all up front. She said just pay her like 1,000 pesos a month, but I paid her all up front. But it doesn't matter anyway, because after like a year, after 2 years, I would have been all paid up anyway, because I was with her for 2 years. September 26th would have been 2 years that I got these braces on, had those other braces on. These bottom braces that I have on right now, my new dentist put on. So my new dentist studied in Brazil for 3 years. She speaks perfect English. She's one of those Dominicans where she's got her head straight on properly. She's one of those Dominicans that are very classy. She does a lot of traveling. She speaks perfect English. She puts a lot of time into her craft. She knows what she's talking about. Like I could imagine her just doing things like going to Santo Domingo and going to the theater, like classical theater, going to really beautiful restaurants and stuff like that. Kind of like just leading a lifestyle of an intellectual. I could see her studying and really applying herself, stuff like that. But I mean, even 24,000 pesos is only like $500, right? So I would rather just go tomorrow and just pay off that $500. And it's not even $500. It's like 450, I guess. I don't know. But I'd rather just give it to her and just be like, here, take that. Take good care of me, right? Or maybe maybe I'll just give her the 5,000 pesos for taking them off and putting hers on, and then just pay her the 2,000 pesos a month. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'll do that. I'll take your advice. She gave me that option, and I have to stop doing that here because people do give that option, pay monthly. And I always say, no, it's okay. And I pay up front. Because I know that people rely on money here. So I treat them the way I would want to be treated. I would rather just, and for me, it's always worked out. I don't prepay someone that is not going to do the service. Like if someone's going to fix my washer, I'm not going to pay them before they fix it. I'm paying them after they fix it. So it's not like I prepay for stuff often. But if like when I bought my washer, I could have had the option to pay monthly payments at Papatera, but I just gave them the 48,000 pesos straight out. just because I don't like to have that on my mind. I don't like to have to owe people money. I just like to get it off and get it paid for and have that level of respect. But I guess you are right. Just take that offer, pay her the 5,000 pesos tomorrow when she puts the braces on. And then in a month from now, when I go get them adjusted, give her the 2,000 and do that for the whole 12 months. And she said to me, she said, if you, she's like, I'm estimating that you're going to need 12 months. But it may take 14 months. Just be patient, she said. And she's like, but I'm not going to overcharge you. She's like, if it takes 14 months, I'm still only charging you for 12 months. And she doesn't have to do that. That was really kind of her. That's another reason why I wanted to pay her up too, because she's actually friends with my other dentist. How I met this new dentist was I demanded my old dentist. I said to her, I said, listen, you don't know what you're doing. And I told her, you better bring in a specialist. You better bring in somebody because you don't know what you're doing. And I'm about to lose it. And I will definitely do something. I'm just about to make a post about this on Facebook. And she was like, okay, I'll bring in somebody. I'll bring in a specialist, she said. And I'm like, but wait, aren't you a specialist? And she's like, yeah, but I'll bring in another specialist. And when she brought in that dentist, the dentist put the first day I saw her, it was in my other dentist's office. And she put the bottom braces on. She's like, Cerise, let's just do all your teeth. And my bottom braces and bottom teeth weren't really crooked. It was just one little tooth that was a little bit out of alignment. And I was fine with it. But she's like, let's just do them all. And I was like, all right. So she put the bottom ones on. And I'm happy she did because they're already straightened. That one little tooth already straightened up in just 2 weeks. And then when I saw what work she was doing, I was like, wow. And then I gave her my business card. After she was adjusting my teeth one day, I gave her my business card in front of the other dentist. And I said, here's my business card. I would like to speak to you. And so anyway, we connected and I WhatsApped her. And I said to her, please don't have me go back to that other office. I can't do it. I need you to take over the treatment. And I don't ever want to go back to that office because I feel like, I'm just this innocent victim going back to that office like a dog eating its vomit, I can't do it. And she's like, okay, don't worry about it. You come here to my office and I'll take over the treatment. And then when I went there, and she took off the braces on Friday because she said, Cerise, I'm taking all these braces off on the top. She's like, I can't do treatment with those braces on like that. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk badly about my friend, and I'm not. She said, but if you're going to be my client, I need to be straight up forward with you. Those braces should not have been put on like that. And I was like, whoa. And she's like, yeah. And then she showed me the inside of my teeth, my top teeth. And she's like, and this is what teeth look like on the inside, where like the erosion, it starts to like erode. And I was like, oh my gosh, can you save them? She's like, yeah, we're going to do our best. Don't worry. And I was like, okay, thank you. So it was a serious situation. And that's why I'm so angry. And that's why I'm going on about it a lot. And I'm still going on about it. But tomorrow will be a new day and I'll have my new braces on and I'll be a happy camper, And Straight Python says yes, because if you pay in full, you have no incentive to continuously provide top quality service. Oh, very good point. Right. So it gives her the incentive to continue. Right. But I'm pretty sure she would anyway. I want to brag about her as soon as I can. Like I want to send all of you guys to her. I don't know if she only does braces though. I think she only does braces. But I want to send everyone to her. She's so pretty. She's so calm, cool, professional, collective. She studied in Brazil for 3 years. Her office is just really quaint. It's over by Total Carne upstairs. Her name is Pamela Correra. Very beautiful, inside and out, very professional. So I just want you guys to like go and get that same. I mean, if I went through that problem with the other dentists in order to be able to understand stuff, and so you guys don't have to go through the same thing, then I'm glad the damage was not done too badly. But we'll get it done. Everything will turn out in its best timing, and I have a year to work on my weight, which is within my power, not anyone else's. You know, that's something that I really need to acknowledge. And that has gotten out of control here. So I have a year to reinvent myself, and I'm really excited about it. So, you know, will I reinvent myself and skedaddle and just get out of here and hightail it with Noche and be like, on to a new adventure, like what I really want to do? I don't think that the grass is greener on the other side. I'm not doing it with that intention, but I am doing it with the intention of, okay, 7 year itch. Yeah, let me go see what is in this rest of this beautiful world that God created. What other cultures are available to get to know? And hey, maybe I'll stay there 7 years, and then maybe I will go to Italy 7 years after that, or Africa. You know, I've always wanted to go to Africa, um, and I would love to go to Africa. I would love to go to Africa. Um, I maybe that is the last stomping ground. Um, I don't know what country in Africa I would go to, but Johannesburg, I heard is great. Rwanda, I heard is really awesome. Rwanda is really good. I mean, they had their war, they had their down times, but they're building up now. So I would like to go to Johannesburg, or probably um, maybe Tanzania. I don't know, Zanzibar, somewhere around there. But that's way, way, way in the future. That's way in the future. For now, it's Thailand, and um, I don't know. It's a lot, but again, I'm committed here for another year and a couple of months, or maybe my teeth will move real quickly, and it may just be 10 months, not a year. So I'm also preparing for that. But I want you guys on this journey with me. I want you guys, like you how you've been here the whole time. I want you guys to be here with me, encourage me, let me know about your own journey, and let me know about anything that you know about going on in Thailand. Um, you know, if you guys go there, let me know. WhatsApp me. If you do go there, just kind of give me some tips and some pointers. Uh, you know, I'm really serious about this. As you can probably tell, I've never spoken like this before. And when I'm serious about something, I stick to it. I'm that person. Like I'm a I'm a stick to it person. When I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Now, of course, I mean, I never know what a year from now I might lose my weight. My braces may feel great. I might go for that tummy tuck here, and I might be like, "Oh, I feel great," and all of a sudden start a whole entire destination surgery business and work with doctors. I mean, you never know. I might have my second wind. I might be like, all right, let me just, give Sosua another chance. I'm not writing it off completely. I'm just saying that right now, um, uh, I'm following the where my heart is leading me. And I want you guys to also check out the Ashley, that show that I told you guys, the Ashley something show. Um, Check him out. He's great. And yeah. All right, guys, I shall let you go. It has been a while here. I love you so much. Please Be good to yourselves out there. And let me see, Taylor Made Dreams. Yeah, Russell went to Thailand, and Russell really loved it. Is my audio down again? Let me see. Yes, because oh right, okay, no. Come to Atlanta. Atlanta, Warren. Oh gosh, Atlanta. I hear so many beautiful things about it. I was watching a video about a couple that went to from Atlanta to Thailand. Was it Atlanta they went from to Thailand, and they love it. Yeah. Um, Let me see here. Straight Python. Atlanta is too expensive. Yeah, I think the whole America and Canada is pretty expensive right now. But I really want like a, I really want a lower cost of living and a higher quality of living. And I want to be like in a luxury apartment where I can spend like, maybe not in a house, actually. I want a house, but I want like a luxury house, like a full furnished house with a pool and a backyard for like, I'm going to put a price out to the universe and I'm going to say 500 because I'm willing to not live in the city. And I want like, everything included. And I just can't wait to see my dog and my cat just lay in the grass and just live their best lives. And they know there's something going on right now in my blood, like in the excitement in my energy, like they can just feel it. I grabbed Noche this morning and I'm like, you ready? You ready for adventures? And she looked at me in my eyes like, okay, mommy's up to something. You ready, girl? So it's calling me. It's got my heart. The seeds are planting. The seeds are planting. The only way to keep me here would be for me to pull those seeds out while they're growing already, because they're growing. Like the seeds were not planted before; they were just thoughts. In the last 2 days, especially this morning, the seed is in the ground. And the more videos I watch, it's fertilizing those seeds. And I just need to go on a visit there. I guess Feb. Maybe when I go on a visit there, I'll get a little surgery done in February. Maybe I'll go March. Because if I have to wait a year with my braces, then that means that's September. And I at least want to go visit the place once just to see how my energy feels. So I might as well get a nice little nip and tuck there while I'm there. And, maybe get a nice little, maybe go for like, I don't know, a month, go get a nice, little nip and tuck, see what it's like there. And I'll know living there for a month if I want to stay forever. And then I'll just come back and I'll prepare everything. See, there's a plan right there. There's my plan right there. I like that plan. Find myself a nice surgeon, do some research on housing, and stay there for a month. And that's it. I don't know about Noche and Basils if I would bring them during that time, though. Oh, thank you for this information right here. Washington Lewis says that's not happening for 500, but we can dream. Washington, look up online this couple from America, a sister and her husband. They went and they are paying $800 for a 3-bedroom house, pool, and everything. And I'm going to tell you the name right now. You can go online, $800 a month, and you can go right online Here's the YouTube channel name, the Isaiah Ashley Show. And this is what it looks like. Let me put the video on so you can see the people. And when you look at the video, there she is. Oh, it's shaking. There's her pool. She has a 3-bedroom. She has a dog there with her. There she is. Sister from, I think she's from Atlanta. She's so happy. Look at her. Look at her. She's living her life. She's so excited. She has her husband there with her and her dog. Look at that. And she only pays $800 for a 3-bedroom. I'm only looking for a 2-bedroom. And I'm not looking for like a huge amount of, I don't need to be in the city. I don't need to be in the city. I can be right in the outskirts, and it doesn't have to be a brand new home. It could be something that is traditionally Thai. So you never know. They have apartments there for $300. But have you ever been to Thailand? Maybe you're saying that because you've been and you know, but honestly, there really seems to be something happening there. There really seems to be something magical happening in Thailand. And I'm one to follow. I mean, I'm not there. I don't follow people, but I don't follow trends, but I follow my heart. You know, I follow my heart. So I was looking at something else here, guys. You were talking about the gentleman. Where's the live to air? There we go. Let me see. The victim was 63-year-old American man. Yeah, his name's John. They call him Utah John here. Was it a tourist who got murdered? Yes, Warren, it was a tourist. Valerie, I did not use Ozempic. I used exercise, and I exercised, and I stopped eating meat. I stopped eating after 10 because, okay, wait, let me back up a little bit. I stopped drinking a lot. I stopped eating outside a lot. What I was doing for like a few years straight was I was on Pedro Clisante all the time. At nighttime, I would order food at 10 o'clock, come home, eat wings with my dog. And, after having a few drinks, and the weight piled on. So what I did was I changed my lifestyle, and I didn't go out as much. And I stopped eating out. I didn't buy any food on the streets any longer, and I didn't eat after 7 o'clock. And so I wasn't eating that food after 10 any longer. That made a huge, significant difference. And I started to exercise. Now, I exercised for like about 2 months straight, 3 days a week. And I just did like medium impact aerobics, dancing in front of the mirror. If you exercise really fast, you're burning off calories. If you exercise just at a medium pace, you're burning off fat. So that's what I did. I burned off fat, exercised 3 days a week, didn't eat after 7, and really maintained that and within 3 months, I lost like 40 pounds. I went down from 239 to 200, so 39 pounds. And then I've been maintaining it for a year now. I really should have just lost the rest of it, but I kind of went off and, just maintained it now. But it's been a year, maintained it, and it's been great. So now it's time for me to lose 40 pounds. I'm still 200 pounds. I'm 5'9", So I'm 200 pounds. So I'm going to lose it, 40 pounds. Um, and I was thinking I would lose it, but then I was thinking I'll just go get some of it sucked out just to give me a little boost. As liposuction here is like, it's only like $5,000, right? But at the same time, I can take that money and I can put it towards my new chapter in life when I move. So, and I can just, you know, go get a nice little tightened up when I move to Thailand. So most likely, my plan is this. My plan is just to just do it regular, right? My plan is like, Cerise, just lose the weight, exercise, and get it all off by Feb. By February, I can lose, 10 pounds a month. In February, go and check out Thailand, go see what it's all about. And then, start my new planning phase in life. That's where I'm at right now. But I do know there's going to be some nips and tucks along the way. After I lose the weight, I may be a little loose. I'm going to go for a nice little, everything, little things. I like to make myself feel good. So it's not because I'm insecure, guys. It's just that I believe in getting a little something done here and there and stuff of that nature. Some guys buy cars, some guys buy motorcycles, some people buy houses, some people buy clothing, some people, they like to do different things. My thing is crypto. I like a little crypto. I like to, I don't gamble with money. I do believe in crypto. I don't gamble with money. I just buy XRP and Bitcoin. That's it. And I'm not a professional when it comes to crypto. My son got me into it when it first started. And we both invested $100, and we just been going since then, putting a little in here and there. And, it's not a massive amount, but it's enough to say that we respect the whole concept. And that's my little guilty pleasure rate, not guilty pleasure, but it's my little side pleasure right there. And I don't really do other things. Tomorrow I'm going to go get a pedicure and a manicure done at the salon for the first time in 3 years, because I like to do my own nails. I file my own nails and paint my own nails. I do my own pedicures, and I like to do all that girly stuff from home. But, my sister's coming on Tuesday, so I want to go and get a little nice pamper session before she comes. And I also want to pamper myself up because I've been feeling so low about the shock of the braces. So aside from that, I don't even do much. Like, I do a little online shopping, but my clothing doesn't cost a lot. I do Temu, and then I buy stuff on Amazon. So that's pretty much my life. And so I just want to continue that, but lose my weight, feel better about myself. I want to be proud of myself. I want to be like, girl, you did it. You did it. You got rid of that fat. I wouldn't take Ozempic, though, to be honest with you, Valerie, I think it was. Let me look. I want to make sure I have your name right, sweetheart. I wouldn't take Ozempic. I know somebody who did take it. Valerie. I wouldn't take Ozempic just because I'm afraid that it would come back on when I stop Ozempic. So now, just to kind of go back to the guy that got killed, he was murdered by a woman yesterday. She murdered him. I don't know if she murdered him like in the wee hours of the morning or the night before, but you can find all the information, like this photo of him literally on the ground. If graphics are your something that you can stomach, But on Facebook, on like there's something called Del Tras, Detrás del rumor. Detrás, behind the rumor. I believe that it means DETRAS, del, DEL, rumor. And I believe that they have the photo on there, but I have it, but I don't really want to show it on here to respect him because he's on the ground and he's bleeding all out, and he looks like so vulnerable, and his eyes are open. He's like literally dead and his eyes are open and blood is everywhere and he looks so vulnerable. And it really yanked my heart out. And that is another reason why I woke up this morning saying, I'm out of here. Like this, I heard about this way too many times. Like, I don't know, maybe I have to do research to see how much this happens in Thailand, if at all. But it has happened like too often here for me to even count. And I'm not going to blame it on the victims. A lot of people say, "Oh, you got to be careful," and I do say that to you guys: be careful who you're taking home. Make sure she's not a junkie. Make sure you don't get too involved. Make sure that when she asks you for money, you don't give it. You ask her, what does she need? Like, because she could be doing drugs or, whatever, providing for her man. Anyway, this woman went to him and he thought it was his girlfriend, but she killed him. She stabbed him. They had an argument. Microphones. I wasn't expecting to be on here this long, so I didn't really charge anything up. But let me see. You're welcome, Valerie. Okay, I'm going to talk about Straight Python Ethereum. Cerise, get some Ethereum also. I had Ethereum. I had Ethereum when it first came out, and I sold it all. But yeah, I'll get some. Ethereum was what I first had. I didn't have Bitcoin. I bought Ethereum only. Ethereum Lite. I had. I think I forget what the name was. Um, Warren says, I'm a personal trainer. I usually exercise while I'm there. I go for long walks while I'm there. That's awesome. Was the guy murdered by a woman? Yes, he was, Warren. He was murdered by a woman. Let me make sure my audio is back on again. Perfect. He was murdered by a woman. And so, yeah, I'll just get back into the story. He thought that was his woman. And here she goes on the run. And she goes on the run with her boyfriend, her Dominican man. So apparently she's caught now. You guys have left that in the comments. She's captured now. And that's one thing I can say about the Dominican Republic. People don't stay on the run for very long. Like, people get caught very quickly here. And I think it has to do with the fact of a few multiples. Like, one, a few factors. One, they usually they don't know their way out of the city. Like, they don't, one, have money to get out of the city. They've never been far out of the vicinity that they live in. And also, they're just scared. So they end up just giving themselves up, or their family gives them up. And that's one thing I will say about the Dominican Republic. People don't stay at large for very long, unless it's like in Santo Domingo or something. Yeah, so she stabbed him 19 times. And he died behind Banco Popular in Albate in Sosua Center. He had a condo behind Banco Popular, and she stabbed him 19 times. And I could only, I, and he's a tall man, he's 6'2", right? So I could only imagine like 19 times, you know, she would have had to stab him in the gut first, like somewhere very vulnerable. But the picture of him when he's on the ground, um, he has like two poke holes in his arm. Like you can see that he was stabbed, not sliced, stabbed twice in his arm, in his forearm. So it could be that she stabbed him in his forearms first, just, you know, scaring him, like, give me some money, I guess. I don't know. And he was probably backing up, like, hey, you know, watch it. And this is just my thoughts. And she just went in for the kill. People think, oh, you know, the man was taller than her. He must have been hitting her. No, men are very vulnerable. And you wouldn't believe how many men are here and they do not touch a woman because they are terrified to go to jail. And they know what that means, especially expat men. They are not quick to hit a woman back, even if a woman hits them with a beer bottle. Even if she like slams the end of a beer bottle off, smashes the end of a beer bottle off and pokes them with it. I've seen guys like back right off because they don't want to fight and they're hoping that she will get her head together. She's a woman, number one. Number two, he's in a foreign country. Number three, he's thinking, wait, we're lovers. Like, you're not going to hurt me. And there's just so much. And that one moment that happens, and, you know, guys sometimes don't save themselves. I have another channel called Fairfax Files. It's about true crime. And so I watch a lot of true crime, but I haven't put any video up there for the last 3 weeks. I've been so busy working on other channels. But so I do watch a lot of true crime, and just for footage, like just for resources. And a lot of the times when men are killed, a lot of the times they don't believe that the woman's going to go that far. They think like, whoa, what are you doing? And they give her the benefit of the doubt in the moment of fear and panic. And I don't believe that men are as brutal as an angry woman. That old saying, a woman scorned, you gotta be very careful of. I don't remember the whole saying right now. You guys can remind me of it. But you know, pretty much don't mess with a woman scorned. And I do believe that to be truth. You know? Mr. Scientist, what is the subject wise? The subject started off with the subject that I'm talking about now. And then it went into politics, history, slavery, and then it went into moving to Thailand, Malaysia, and now we've circled back around again. And braces, the topic of dental braces and weight loss sprinkled in there, peppered in between. But yeah, she was Haitian Dominican. Initially, we heard that she was a Haitian woman, but apparently she's Haitian Dominican, and she has a Dominican boyfriend. And so I'm glad she's caught. It, you know, it restores my faith in things a little bit, and it brings back the memory of how much I do love how quickly the police get things together here. Um, usually things are not, excuse me, usually things are not like, you know, investigations are not like for weeks at a time. They usually figure everything out quite rapidly. Um, so I'm glad that that happened rapidly. And it's sad because maybe she was high, maybe she was drunk, and, you know, maybe she was desperate. And now she took an entire life. And she not only took someone's life, but now her entire life is also gone. You know, jail here is not somewhere where anyone wants to be. Jail here changes people. It's like MK Ultra. They get their minds go to mush. I've seen people be in jail for 3 months and come out changed. And the women aren't easy. I'm pretty sure she's not easy if she had a knife and she stabbed someone. So she's in now for a whole life of roughness. She's probably going to be looking at it like, why did I stab him? Why didn't I just leave and just get myself another gringo, you know? But I just knowing the situations like that, normally it's a foreigner trying to just get out of the situation. And normally it's a girl that's in desperation and not for food and diapers and milk, but usually for coke, alcohol, and weed, you know? Well, not weed. Weed's not going to make someone do that, but maybe heavier drugs. She didn't stab him for no milk and diapers. That's not going to happen. So she obviously, you know, for other reasons. And if he was hurting her, I'm pretty sure she would have screamed and just got out of there and called the police. Who's that? Des. I am long winded. I am. We have a running joke in my family with the women. We always, before we get into our story, all my sisters, I have 3 sisters and my mom, and before we get chit chatting, we say, to make a long story short, but we all know what that means. We are making a short story long, and we all laugh about it, and we go, "Oh gosh," and we all giggle about it because we're like, "Oh, here we go," and then we go, "No, no, really, really. Like, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna be brief." But we talk. Oh my gosh. If we're talking about a story in my family, if we're talking about a story about what happened down the block, we are going to act each person. We even act out each person's voice. So it would be like, so Bob said, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" And Julianne said, "Oh, I don't know. I guess I was just blah, blah." We do the whole acting. It's so comical. I miss my sisters. I miss my mom. You know, um, my mom died while I lived here. And yeah, a lot happened living here, but I'm willing to close that chapter. Anyway, enough about me. So yeah, we're not making this into a evil Haitian thing or anything like that, but you know, the Haitians have it tough here. They really do. And I think, I think the only blessing that we could ask for right now is for them to get the help that they need in Haiti. I don't know what's happening in Haiti. Vectis is in there right now. Vectis, they used to be called Blackwater, and they're in there right now. And Kenya couldn't help. Um, and I don't know why they sent Kenya. And I guess they're just like, well, Kenya's Africa, and you know, Haitians are African, but They are African descendants. They've been in Haiti for so long now. They're Haitian. They have many different. They have a completely different culture now. And 7 tribes come together. They're You can't say that they're African any longer. So they sent in Kenya. Kenya went in. They're gone. They lost so many people in there. They need love. They need they need order. They need law and order. They need militaries from all around from different places to go in like it is a war zone. Everyone needs to cooperate. A little bit of America, a little bit of Canada, a little bit of everyone needs to go in and help Haiti. Haiti's the only country in the world that is where it's at right now. Like, well, not the only country. I mean, you got Gaza and everything, but I mean, those are different circumstances. Haiti really does need seeds and machinery and planting and help. They need bulldozers put on that island, bulldoze some things, get rid of stuff, get them back up and running. Yeah, you know, it, I can't see it being so difficult. Just go in there. Haiti wants that, you know, but something's stopping them. I mean, Trump sent in Vectis, but we haven't really heard too much since then. Vectis went in, I think, in June or July, and haven't really heard much after that. But I don't know. They're looking for barbecue right now, and I don't think barbecue's so evil. I don't believe he is the evil one. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think he's just being used as a scapegoat. I think there's some lies going on there. I think there's a lot of gangs happening, but I think if they tried to speak to barbecue, you know, I don't know. Let me see. Washington says barbecue is evil. They say that, and I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. During the pandemic, I'll never forget this. During the pandemic, okay, so during WhatsApp, right? On WhatsApp, we get a lot of photos of people who are dead, people who are dying, people who have done things, like, especially when there's motorcycle accidents, and someone is like passed away on the side of the road, or like this situation with this gentleman, Utah John, who was killed yesterday. His face, his death photo is all over Facebook and going all around WhatsApp. But I'll never forget, during the pandemic, there were videos going around of Haiti, and there were some gang members. And there were 3 videos that I received, but two videos I remember. Out of the 2 that I remember, one of them still haunts me till this day. And there was a guy inside of a big pot. So the pot looked like a witch's brew pot, right? And it was outside in a backyard, like a dirt area. It looked like the campo, like the countryside, but it just looked like there was nothing outside. And there was like a house, but the house was like an old Dominican style home, like with the tin roof, like the zinc roof and the cement. And it just looked like it was falling down, very dilapidated. It was a video, and there was a guy that was like folded up. So, like his head was sticking out of the pot and his legs were pointed up in the air. He was dead, and he was in the pot, and he was being cooked. And another guy, I guess a gang member, they had guns. And the one guy had a machete, and he went with the machete and he cut off a piece of skin off the guy's leg and ate it. And he said something in Creole, and they cheered, and they all went, yeah, yeah. And no one told me what it meant. what he said, but I'm thinking that it was just the rival guy. Like they got their rivalry, like their enemy, and he ate a piece of the guy's flesh, and that was that was in Haiti, and those videos were going around during the pandemic. Someone told me that they saw those videos pre-pandemic, so I just thought that they were, starving, and they got to a point where, they're just eating each other, like the gangs are eating each other. But someone told me it was even pre-pandemic. So that was something very interesting that I'll never ever forget. And I cried for a couple of days when I saw that. Um, you know, I was really shocked, and I thought, "Whoa, that's heavy. That's that's heavy. That's unexplainable." And I just thought to myself, what they must have witnessed in their life to, and they looked like they were about in their late 20s. There was about four people in the video. Um, but there were a lot of people around. I could hear a lot of people around, but I only saw four people on the video. The one guy that was doing the cooking, he had a gun. The other guy with the machete, and then there were a couple of guys off like on the sides. But you could hear that there was more people behind the camera. Um, that was a little troubling, man. And that was real. It wasn't like some, you know, AI stuff. This was before. This was like 5 years ago, before AI really got crazy. But I just think if that's where, if that's what I saw on WhatsApp, I can only imagine what the American government is seeing. Um, some gangs eat people when they get hungry. I don't know about that. They looked like they were celebrating. They probably do. I don't know. But they looked like they were celebrating because he cut off a piece of the meat off the leg that was sticking out. And like he sliced a piece of the meat off and ate it on camera. And he went, yeah, like they were celebrating a win of some kind. So I just thought it was their enemy that they were cooking up and eating. But when I look at that, I think, okay, well, there's a lot more going on in there than what is being televised, and there's a lot more that the American government is seeing. And Kenya pulled out, so they said they lost a lot of people, but they pulled out completely. So there's got to be something going on there, like some real corruption. And what do you do? What do you do? Years and years and years of anger, years and years and years of frustration and poverty. And, it's got to really take a toll on the human psyche. Look at me again. I'm going to bring it back to the braces. And it's only 2 years that I get annoyed, right? And so, but imagine being born into it. Oh, wow. Look at that. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that airplane? It looked like a zebra. What was that? Oh, that looked like a zebra. Hold on, I'm going to chat GPT it right now. A plane just flew over my balcony, and it looks like a zebra. What is that? It's not shaped like a zebra. It's shaped like a regular plane, but it had stripes like a zebra. I'm gonna figure that out for you guys. But regular aircraft painted or wrapped in some special livery advert. Okay. Snap a quick photo. Tell me what it looks like. Tell me visible details. Airline. No. No logo. It looked like a regular Boeing. It was moving kind of like slow. Remember, I'm in the Dominican Republic, and it just had like black, white, black, white, black, white from the nose all the way to the back. Private or charter plane. Military test aircraft, camouflage, less likely. Okay. A slow movement you mentioned is probably just the plane on approach going somewhere. Yeah, the airport's just right over here anyway. But that was really cool. Um, but ChatGPT doesn't know what it was. But yeah, guys, you know, let me see. Haiti was required to pay back France after they gained independence. They stifled their growth and created a cycle of poverty that was yet to be broken. And they sold that, France sold that debt to America, Citibank. I don't know where it's at now, but it was sold to them. France doesn't have that debt any longer. America bought it from them. And Kenya lost soldiers. Kenya sent in 6,000 soldiers into Haiti, and they pulled out. Kenya got money. I think Kenya got $6 million to go in or something like that. And they pulled out. They took off. They were like, "We're out of here." They lost soldiers, and it was just they got out of there. So then Trump asked Black Waters to go in. So Black Waters, I believe they're called Black Waters, but now they're called Vectus, Vectus. And it's a private military group. These are like ops. They're like military ops or something. These are like specially trained people from all around the world. And they're special ops or something of that nature. So they're from the United States, they're from Venezuela, they're from all over the world, and they got a bunch of them together. And these guys are very well trained. And they went in, I believe, in June or July. I haven't heard anything much about them. You got to chat GPT it. Let me see. I chat GPT'd it because I'm going to be doing a video on it. But I got to find it here. I have so many. Here it is. The Haiti Vectus, they're called Vectus Global. Vectus Global. And yeah, they used to be called Blackwater. Vectus Global was in the early 2000s. They were Navy SEALs. Eric Prince, a guy named Eric Prince, created it, and he's a former Navy SEAL. And he's an heir to a wealthy business family. He founded Blackwater in 1997. It was a private security firm initially, and it became the world's most infamous mercenary army. So it's a mercenary army. They were contractors. Blackwater's contractors protected U.S. officials in Iraq, but they also gained a reputation for recklessness and brutality. So they were disbanded, and the most infamous event occurred with them in 2011. at Nisauer Square in Baghdad when black water contractors killed 17 Iraqi civilians. The massacre shocked the world and sparked debate about the use of private armies. So they were disbanded, but Kenya went on a mission to Haiti before Vectis Global, and the United Nations authorized a multinational mission led by Kenyan police to help Haiti regain control from gangs. Kenya deployed several hundred officers backed financially by the United States, but the mission ran into serious problems: delayed pay, poor equipment, morale issues, and legal challenges, and they went back home to Nairobi. Kenyan officers found themselves outnumbered and under-resourced, and the Haitian police were difficult to deal with. The language barriers caused friction, and resignations began surfacing. By mid 2025, the mission was faltering. The UN began considering a larger, stronger force. Into this vacuum came Eric Prince and the Vectis Global. So I'm going to be bringing out that video. I'm just still working on it. I still got to get more information. I got to do more research on it. I want to make sure that in that video, I put the history of Haiti. I want to put the history of Blackwater. I want to put why they chose Kenyan police to go in there. And why the United States didn't give them updated gear or pay. But there's a lot. I mean, I believe they should send in everybody. They should send in everyone. The Army, like the Navy, they should send in everyone. Don't just send in, the Kenyan police and then send in mercenaries and do this and do that. Send everyone in all at once. I believe that would help. And so that's what's happening, guys. Mr. Boyd says, I appreciate you telling people not to come to Sosua for Halloween. Turns out the flight prices dropped and I booked my flight for the 31st. Thanks, Cerise. Appreciate you telling people not to come. I didn't say don't come. In my video, I said don't come if you're looking for, women on the street and panty parties. But come if you're going to go on ATVs and have a good time and go enjoy life. Absolutely. It's completely different. But I'm glad the prices dropped. And Rolling Rock said, only Trump can fix Haiti. And Bessie says, Kenya. Oh, yeah. So the prices dropped. So, this is the thing, guys. The dollar also went up here, too. So if you guys are American and you're coming, the dollar is very strong here right now. And the Dominican does that from time to time. The Dominican Republic, they deliberately put the dollar up higher. And the reason why they do that is because it is to encourage tourism. So the dollar rate now is high. Around the world, the dollar is not high. The American dollar right now is not high around the world. Here in the Dominican Republic, it is high. The highest it's ever been since I've been here. And so that was very interesting. And that was, I believe, because of what happened with less tourism in Sosua. So I do believe they want tourism. I do believe that they realize that there has been some decisions made that have directly reflected negatively on the economy that they weren't expecting, and they don't know what to do right now. I don't think they have a plan, to be honest with you. I think that they're like, whoa, like, what do we do? Bring back sex tourism? No, we're going to look like idiots. So what do we do? Make a tolerance zone? No. Other Dominicans will get angry. No one will take us seriously. So what do we do? You know, lower the peso and make the American money more, and see if you can lower the flights, get people in here. And so they're doing it financially, which may work. It may work because money talks. And once the guys get here, they're going to see, and the government will notice that too. The government knows, like, they're not trying to bust the girls in the restaurants that they're going in. The girls are in some restaurants. I'm not going to say the restaurants, but the girls are in some restaurants, and they're not going into those restaurants that the girls are in. And I find that quite interesting. So they're probably like, yeah, let's just leave those restaurants alone. Let's just not bother going into those restaurants. And let's just let the guys come here and figure their thing out, just as long as the girls are not on the street. And that's what they're probably banking on. They're probably like thinking, yeah, the guys will come no matter what. If they want the girls, then they're going to come. They're going to figure it out. They'll see that the girls are in those restaurants. They'll go digital. They'll go on Bumble, and they'll figure it out. And I think that's what they're going to just wait on. And a lot of you guys are still coming. And a lot of you guys, when you do get here, it's not like what it used to be, but it's definitely not what you think it's going to be. It's not going to be like, a bad time. The Haitian debt was paid off over 100 years ago. Interesting. I'll have to check that one out. Lydia, I'll have to check that one out. Wow. Maybe that's why they're not going in there to help. Mr. Boyd, the thing is, in the long run, the government is going to have problem getting new tourists if airlines start dropping routes. Laugh out loud. TGB4S says, that's not how that works. That's not how what works. The government and money, pesos. Yes, it does. If you're talking about me or if you're talking about the flights, be more specific. Because if you're talking about the money, yes, it does. 100%. Yes, it does. I'm doing a newscast on it for Tuesday. I've been researching it. And they can manipulate the dollar all they like. And right now, with Russia and China making agreements together, that's not looking so good either, because if they start using more of the BRICS dollars, it's not going to, it might affect the economy here as well, because they prefer to use US dollars here with everything. But the Dominican Republic is very resilient, and I'm pretty sure they'll be able to use BRICS as well. But yeah, China and Russia just signed a whole bunch of agreements, which obviously means that they're ready to go full force with BRICS. Get your crypto together. Big J, been here in Sosua for the past 2 weeks. A little less crowded, but for those looking for the chicas, they're still here, just not flamboyant. Loving the new vibe. Ah, Big J. I know, I was loving it too until buddy Utah John got killed. And then I was like, oh man, another one. But that's just a personal thing. It's not like there's a serial killer on the loose, you know. I just wish I just wish the girls weren't so happy with the knives. They do it to each other as well. I just pray that he died where he wanted to, you know. Anyway, guys, I love you all so much. Thank you for being with me on today's roller coaster ride. It has been a roller coaster ride emotionally for me today, up and down. And, you know, I had to get a lot off my chest. And when I need to get a lot off my chest, this is usually what happens. I'll go into like a 3 hour live. But I certainly didn't start the live laughing. So that means that you guys were therapeutic. And I'm going to go and do some more research on Thailand and also Malaysia. And yeah, see where God leads my heart. All right, guys, I love you so much. Have an amazing day. Be good to yourself out there. Huge hugs, loads of love, and big blessings. Thank you for being here. Hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe.